We'll call this work session to order for Thursday, June 2nd. We've got a full agenda this morning. Before we begin, though, just wanted to wish a happy 55th birthday to Commissioner Dave Eggers. So happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you for those additional 10 years. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll get started. Good morning, Madam Administrator.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Our work session begins this morning with an update on our Pinewood Campus Master Plan work. Spencer Curtis from our Parks and Conservation Resources team will be making that presentation for you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? All right. Thank you for the time this morning to provide this update to you on the master plan. It's been a little bit of time in the making, but we're excited to bring something forward to you that will really provide a more vibrant and exciting site for the community and the inhabitants of the Pinewood Cultural Park. Excuse me, in today's presentation, we'll talk a little bit about this project's overview, the technical analysis that was completed by the project team, the public and stakeholder engagement that occurred, and then we'll talk about the findings and recommendations for next steps. Pinewood Cultural Park is a unique site in the park system. It's about 170 acres with a lot of diverse functions and tenants on the site. The Parks and Conservation Resources admin offices, as well as the UF-IFAS Pinellas County Extension, Heritage Village, and the Botanical Gardens are all located as part of the parks operation on the site. But there's also our neighbors, the Pinellas County Animal Services Building, and the Safety and Emergency Services offices that are immediately adjacent. The site's also home to Creative Pinellas and the museum complex. This map will give you a little bit clearer understanding of the site. We were able to throw some labels in there so you can see that in the 170 acres, it's comprised of multiple pieces. To the north of the site is an old landfill that is in the northeast corner. It is bordered by 119th Street to the east. Ridgecrest Park is to the north. Almerton Road is immediately to the west, which is over there by the Blue Arrow and the Animal Services and Emergency Services building. And to the immediate south is Walsingham Road, which is near the museum complex and Heritage Village. And right through the central portion of the property is the Botanical Gardens and the museum complex. To the far right, you'll see the Preservation 2000 lands, which is approximately 80 acres of preserved land that makes up the rest of Pinewood Cultural Park. Excuse me. The goals of this plan were to establish a cohesive plan for the site. It was to enhance the site sustainability and maximize the utilization of the existing infrastructure, to create a brand identity to expand public awareness of Pinewood Cultural Park, to maintain a safe and secure environment for the visitors and the employees on the site, and to improve the visitor experience when approaching and entering Pinewood Cultural Park. As I mentioned, this process started several years ago. Over the last decade, there has been a lot of conversation about how to best utilize all of Pinewood Cultural Park, including the museum complex and the other areas that are around Pinewood that are currently not developed or in use. So this project team was put together, and we brought in RS&H as a consultant firm to help spearhead the project and move it along. That project team began in September 20 with a review of all the historical documents related to the site. That included everything from old conceptual drawings to actual master plans that had been created, And then they also looked at the tenant and use agreements for the site. So we have many partners that are on the site, including the Florida Botanical Gardens Foundation, the Historical Society, and some other groups that work in and around the site, and they operate under different agreements. So the project team and the consultants looked at those, as well as the building and environmental conditions of the site. Shortly after that phase, we moved into a full review of the site that really kicked off with some on-site tours. And that was a great way for the project team and the consultants to work together to really view the site up close and personal. Tours of all of the facilities were conducted, and stakeholder meetings were conducted as well that addressed the opportunities and issues on the site. As we move into November of last year, we began our public survey and stakeholder engagement portions of the project. And then today, we're hitting on the final portion of it, which is wrapping up that stakeholder engagement and bringing to you and to our stakeholders and to the department a plan to move forward with recommendations and analysis of all the information that's been collected. On this slide, you'll see a breakdown of the documents that were reviewed. This included, as I said, a conceptual, which is a really neat piece of art that we have in the offices that was actually from 1997, and it highlights the Florida Botanical Gardens, the Florida Gulf Coast Arts Center, Heritage Village, and it shows what the thoughts were back in '97 of how we were going to move forward with the property. Since then, times have changed, and so you'll see that as you move through the rest of the documents that were reviewed, we look at new plans that were initiated. The management plan for the P2000 preservation lands from 2003, the tenant use agreements, the county's recreation, open space, and cultural system master plan was reviewed. The Heritage Village master plan that was developed was reviewed. In 2018, the Florida Botanical Gardens Foundation partnered with Parks and Conservation Resources to do a master plan for the gardens. And then Creative Pinellas had a strategic plan for 2018 through 2021 that was also included in the review. During the tours and during the on-site meetings, we looked at the policies and procedures for the site. This included everything from hours of operation to rules to the ordinance that we operate under for Chapter 90 in the Parks Department. Transportation, wayfinding, and safety and security were highlights for the consultant team that were able to see some of the challenges firsthand as they were there on site, as well as some of the facilities and the maintenance challenges that exist. Lastly, they looked at the overall ecological conditions and the user experience. So what does someone see as they come into the site, as they enjoy their time in the gardens, and as they move through the property? Here's a few photos of those site visits. You can see storage areas that have kind of hit capacity. This includes pictures of our archive storage at Heritage Village. You'll see some challenges and maybe remember some challenges from some of your meetings over the last year at our facility where the parking becomes an issue pretty rapidly. You'll also see some differences in signage that are used on the property, as well as some areas that are used for storage that maybe are not necessarily meant to be for storage. As that information was being analyzed and that site visit was being digested, the project team developed the stakeholder engagement and public survey that were launched. The survey was conducted online, and then workshops were held in person, and interviews were done in person and over the phone by the consulting team. And lastly, a virtual storyboard was developed that we'll be able to use for the life of this master plan. The public survey was advertised and distributed through the help of our marketing and communications department. We put it out through our social media platforms as well as through email distribution lists. The survey was held through November of last year to January of this year, which is during our Holiday Lights event at the gardens. So with the goal of trying to attract and get as many people to participate in the survey during some of our busiest attendance time of the year. The vast majority of individuals that completed the survey are coming to visit the Botanical Gardens and Heritage Village. And the majority are also coming 3 to 4 times a year to visit the park. The typical visit is either for exercise, sightseeing, special events, or working and volunteering. The highlight for us out of the survey was the recommendations from the public for improvements of the site. This is definitely something that has been challenging some of our partner groups that operate on the site. I've heard it numerous times from our foundation members during holiday lights of needing to have greater and more improved restroom facilities. And so as you can see, the first improvement listed is improved restroom facilities. The addition of food and drink amenities are requested. The expanding or improving of the Pinellas County History Museum rose to the top. An increase in the number of seasonal and planned events is definitely a top draw for the public, and one of the main reasons that this plan effort was put into motion in order to better activate and engage the site. And lastly, in the top 5 was increased shade, whether that's through trees or pavilions or structures for folks to use when they come to visit the site that may be there during the heat of summer or there for a longer stay than just a walk in the gardens. Here you can see in this image a snippet of the mural that was created, which is the virtual storyboard. And this was put together as part of the development of the master plan. And as I mentioned, will live on in perpetuity for the plan. It highlights all the different components that were reviewed during the plan development. And so we'll be able to look at this when we get 5 years down the line and we're still looking to implement some of the long-term goals and see what the thinking was and understand where our approach was so that we're not losing track of that in the plan's implementation. Interviews were conducted with Pinellas County staff and administrators. Interviews were also conducted with tenant staff and administrators, so some of our partner groups participated in those as well. And lastly, a review of peer facilities was conducted. And this included the consultant group reaching out to similar entities across the Southeast. Pinewood's a very unique site, as we've mentioned. It brings an environmental component, a historical component, and a cultural component all together into one location. And that is a unique feature that you can't just reach out to someone down the street and find. So the consultant group worked with some places like Reedy Creek Nature Center, the Stowe Botanical Gardens, and a few other sites that had similar activities or similar operations occurring so that they could pull together a more complete understanding of our site and offer recommendations for best practices of the site. As I mentioned earlier, that brings us to the phase that we're in now, which is bringing it all together in a final report. So we're taking this final report around. We're meeting with you all as a stakeholder and our other partners for the site to get all the final feedback and information that we can to make sure we answer everyone's questions and we address all the concerns for the site. We're going to make sure that we establish the industry best practices that we want to see on the site and truly get into understanding and providing documentation of where there are areas to improve and increase amenities or provide features that we don't have, and where we may be falling short in meeting some of our goals and objectives. The plan in its final form will address the challenges of the diverse functions and tenants on the site. It'll include estimates for planning the different projects that are recommended in the site. It will provide a timeline for implementation of the short and long-term objectives. So they've broken down in the plan what's sort of the low-hanging fruit or the early opportunities to start making improvements and what's a good plan or a good project to look at a little longer term as the site develops and as the activity on the site improves and increases. Lastly, it will be the recommendations for the next step of implementation. Here we'll touch briefly on a quick overview of some of the recommendations. First and foremost, the consultant team and the project team believe that reorienting the site entrance is one of the top priorities. As you all were able to experience during your meetings, parking in the area that's currently viewed as the front entrance to the site is rather limited. And it's also a bit of a challenging entrance with signage and directional concerns as you try to go to animal services or emergency services. So moving that entrance to the southern portion of the property and making the primary entrance off of Walsingham Road is the first recommendation. That brings the entrance into the site to a much larger parking area that is easily accessible to both Heritage Village, the museum complex, and all of the botanical gardens. Next, the recommendation for reactivation of underutilized portions of the site. We know that not only in the museum building, but also portions of Heritage Village and portions of the maintenance areas around the gardens, we have maybe not utilized things in the way that they were intended. So looking at how things are currently being used and then making determinations where we could either better utilize them or find places that have actually no use currently that would serve a better purpose. One of this would be for the relocation of staff offices from the Heritage Village site over into the museum complex. That would free up some space in Heritage Village to address their storage concerns. Some of that would also be looking at potentially using the storage space in the museum complex for archive storage, which is a project that Heritage Village has been looking at for several years and is part of our capital campaign projects. The next recommendation is the development of a new position for the site to manage the site overall and provide the programming and event management for the site. As we've talked about a little bit, the site is diverse and has multiple functions and multiple tenants, and all are working to serve their mission. But overall, the site needs to have that single point of management in order for it really to be vibrant for the community. Next, we recommend a comprehensive rebranding package, sign package for the site. It has been several years since the signage has been updated in the site, embracing the Pinewood Cultural Park brand, and then placing that signage is part of what this master plan has brought forward and has as one of its appendices. The sign package would include the directional signage and the appropriate signage for all of the partners involved, so Creative Pinellas, the Botanical Gardens, and Heritage Village, but still provide us with the opportunity to market the site overall as one destination. Next, and thoroughly throughout the site, is the need for reinvestment in major amenity upgrades. As noted right off the top in the survey was the need to improve or expand bathroom or restroom facilities. Parking is a challenge throughout the site, so there are several opportunities to expand parking to make it easier to hold events, and then also repair parking and improve parking in areas that are a little bit challenging. One of the other big recommendations is to address the lighting on the site. As we look to activate the site, as we look to bring in more programs, that would most definitely include the evening programs, which would require some better lighting on the site to move people safely through it. Last recommendation that we're looking at is better connectivity to the adjacent park properties, as well as potentially the Pinellas Trail. So the location of this site provides it easy access to Ridgecrest Park and Walsingham Park, but it is barriered, it is fenced in between those properties. But there are opportunities through either the sidewalks or increased or improved signage to bring people to the location through areas like the Pinellas Trail, which is not that far away from us. On this next slide, you'll see planned projects, and the middle one there is the McKay Creek Greenway design and engineering project, which is right in line with that recommendation of connectivity. That is a project that, once implemented, would connect Ridgecrest Park, Pinewood Cultural Park, and Walsingham Park, bringing a multi-use trail all the way through those locations and connecting eventually in the future up to Taylor Park in the north, and bringing all of the different green spaces in the county's park system in that portion of the county together in a multi-use trail. So you would be able to go all the way through one end of Walsingham Park, eventually up to Taylor Park. But right now, and as it relates to this study, it would be that increased connectivity to Pinewood Cultural Park. Additional planned projects include the Heritage Village storage facility that I mentioned earlier, which is primarily for archive space. That is not just a storage structure, that is a more advanced structure in order to be able to protect the documents and items that they are storing and archiving for the county. Additionally, the rehabilitation of the 119th landfill is included on there. At this point, is it to be developed into usable green space. There are not further park development plans for that site, and that site is currently being analyzed through our Public Works team to best deal with the landfill that is on the site. Current projects that are ongoing, or actually about to break ground on, is the Majid Discovery Garden, which will be a new children's garden as part of the Florida Botanical Gardens, and the renovation of the tropical pavilion within the gardens that will ultimately become home to a gift shop location and the offices of the Florida Botanical Gardens Foundation.
Mr. Curtis, we have a question. Commissioner Gerard?
Can you go back to the sort of overall map of the property and show where the Greenway project is?
Yes. So McKay Creek runs through the heart of the property, and so you can see there's off center, to the left off center, there's a dark line that goes through the property up from Ridgecrest Park. There's a small lake. Does it have a pointer on it? Any chance? Oh, yep, right there.
There you go.
So that little lake right there, and then as you come down, that is McKay Creek. There is green space on the eastern side of McKay Creek that would ultimately be utilized for bringing that multi-use trail in through Pinewood. And then coming down to the southern end by the museum complex, there's already a gate and sidewalk location here. So as part of those recommendations for improving connectivity, at some point, bringing people across Walsingham Road safely becomes an opportunity for us to enhance that.
Thanks.
Sure.
Commissioner Eggers?
And where's that, the entrance that you're talking about relocating on that map?
I'm going to stay on that map. The entrance would be this little line right here. It's a little hard to see through the trees, but it's directly across from Walsingham Park's northern entrance. And so it's a mirrored entrance that with the upgrading of signage that's being recommended, we would enhance that entrance, make it a more pronounced entrance to Pinewood Cultural Park. And then the parking that it connects to is over here in front of the buildings. So you're dealing with a much larger parking area and one that could actually be better utilized in the future if we chose to expand.
One other question on the survey that you did, it didn't seem like a lot of response, 144. Did you get a feel for how many of those were like visitors versus local? Did you get a sense of that?
The vast majority of folks are local. Yeah, there was the majority of the folks that were reported out were local. And then there's several of the folks that are in there that are responded, as was noted, were volunteers for the site as well. So we have some responses from people that are intimately involved with the site, either as part of what they do to give back to the community or as regular users of it.
I'll be curious to see what, you know, the response is based on the recommendations that we're talking about. Again, would have liked to see more input, but it is what it is. So, but I'm glad to hear that you're at least over probably 100, 110, 120 are local or volunteers.
Yes.
Versus
Yes.
visitors. I mean, it's important to hear from them as well, but like to hear from our residents. So.
It is, and that was reflected for us in this presentation in the number of folks that are return visitors, with that being about 76%, and with the number of folks that are coming to the gardens and Heritage Village at about 78%. So as you get into the actual full report, there is more of a breakdown of the survey that gets into a little greater detail of those respondents. And so we will have that available in the final report.
And I'm assuming more to come on the landfill site and the remediation that has to
Much more to
occur.
come.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, Spencer, there's been an awful lot of work that has gone through this, and I appreciate the overview this morning, as well as the one that we did personally. And so I told you then that I would probably have more questions today.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do have a few, Commissioner, if it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So my first one is sort of kind of in the line of questioning that Commissioner Eggers just spoke about. I'm interested, when you did your survey, how many folks did you survey totally? And the follow-up question to that is, were they folks that just already were aware of the site and had visited many times? Or did you survey the general public at large?
It was available to the general public. The 144 responses that we noted were the responses. We didn't have anything broader than that or any partial responses that were included as part of the end results. I think one of the challenges that exists, we're talking about bringing this together under a cohesive plan for Pinewood, but certainly as the site operates now, it's under the individual entities. So some of our primary stakeholders on the site certainly have the potential for having a little bit larger voice. But I think one of the things we want to make sure that stays in focus is that this was to address the master plan, the overall approach to managing the site in the future. As we look forward into the implementation of the plan, I think there's going to be a greater opportunity for feedback. And we would rely on our partners for that in their participation, which they are always willing to help and provide their feedback, because they have a much broader reach than we do as the department. They reach out to the different parts of the community, and they would bring that information back forward as we look to implement the recommendations.
Well, thank you for that answer, and you may have said this in your answer. I missed it if you did, so I
No worries.
apologize. Did you say I know you got 144 responses, but how many, what was your audience that you targeted and how many did you target?
The overall audience was anyone that's connected to us on social media, and any of the distribution of email lists. So, for example, we provided the information to the Florida Botanical Gardens Foundation, and we had them send it out to their distribution list. We don't have their reach, and don't necessarily want to. We want to allow them to have their things. So we don't have an end number, but we also had posting of it available on the site. So there was the availability of the number of users that came through the site to actually interact with the survey. So we don't have a total of outreach other than to say that we sent it out and provided it in as many ways as possible to try and reach as many people that would be connected to the site and be able to provide feedback.
I get it, but so my point is, you didn't use, for example, our own public relations communications department.
Yes, we
You
worked
did?
with marketing and communications,
Because
correct.
I know they have a massive
Yes.
outreach. Did
Yes.
it go out to all of the folks that were in their database?
I believe that it did. I can show you, and that was the one image that we had here that was just an example of. Here's this little posting that's on here actually came from our marketing and communications folks on the social media sites. So we worked with them as soon as we had the information, and we distributed it out through them and any of the recommendations that they had for locations or folks to distribute that to.
Okay, well, that kind of sort of brings me to the next point. While I clearly understand the desire to turn this diamond in the rough into something really meaningful for our citizens, I think I said this to you when we met. It's very unknown.
Yes.
With this particular site has had many iterations of things, quote unquote, on the site. And none of them have been tremendously successful, maybe except for the botanical gardens piece. But I guess my concern is, it's still in my mind, like, diamonds on a pig. It's still a pig, and it's very isolated, pretty much from the rest of the county. And I am understanding that, let's just pretend that we implement all of the recommendations. I'm curious about what the price tag of that might be. Have you done any analysis to figure that out?
There are some base level estimates that are provided with the recommendations. As we know that there's a continual cost, a rise in materials and labor at this point, so those estimates may not be as accurate today as they were 3 months ago when they were created. But yes, we do have some estimates in the plan. I mean, the total plan estimate, if you were to implement every single recommendation in there, is, I believe, around an $8 million investment. I can tell you that that does not look at what we actually already have planned for the site. So as we talked about the Heritage Village archive storage facility, that's already a budgeted capital project in this current penny that's at $2.7 million.
Is that part of the 8?
That could eventually be part of that 8, because if we could take that money and reinvest it in, say, renovating or adding or enhancing the storage facilities in the museum complex, instead of building a whole new structure, that reinvestment of money may cost much less than what was budgeted for that new structure, and then we can move some of that money into different projects on the site. So short-term and long-term, there's definitely some challenges there, but it's also through the recommendations, and I think that's one of the keys is it's a consultant's recommendations, it's the project team's recommendations. Whether all of that needs to be implemented is still up for debate and certainly would be part of what we would work on into the future with our site partners. I definitely agree with your comments of the challenges of the site. You know, not to bore you with my life story, but I've been with the county for almost 18 years now. I started working at Extension in the gardens. And so with the absence of a couple of years, a brief hiatus of working out at the education centers, I've been involved in this site. When I came into the county, it was a very vibrant site, but it was still operating as 3 independent groups: Heritage Village, the Gulf Coast Museum of Art, and the Botanical Gardens. But because they were successful, because they had strong partner groups behind them, and because they had established themselves, they were all working very well together. But as we've transitioned to this point in time, we've seen some of that change, and we've hit a point where the realization is that the mission of these groups that are working on the site is not to forward the entire site. It's not to move Pinewood Cultural Park forward into being the destination it could be for the community. And so that's where this plan and bringing everything under a single management through the park system becomes important, because it's necessary to implement these different recommendations in order for us to have the site to do the different things that everyone wants done there. Food truck rallies have come up. We have inadequate parking for a food truck rally. So we bring people into a site that then it's really not meant to have that. So we would need to make some changes to allow it.
So the slide where you showed, I think it was, I don't remember if it was Commissioner Gerard or Eggers that asked where the entrance would be. I go up and down that road very frequently for a variety of reasons, and I'm curious about whether or not we've had any discussions with FDOT, for example, or whoever it is that controls that road. It's tiny, it's 2-lane. Do we have plans for, do we know if there are plans for expansion for that? When there's an activity at Walsingham Park, for instance, they usually use the entrance that comes off of 102nd Avenue. And I'm wondering if maybe you've given any further consideration to making the entrance where a lot of folks already come in through off of Walsingham. I think it's Walsingham.
That's what he's talking
That
about.
is-
That's the proposal.
That's the plan, is to make Walsingham the main entrance.
I thought it was the one that was right across from Walsingham Park.
That is Walsingham.
That's the one we're proposing as being
But
the
I'm
main
talking
entrance.
about the one off of,
125th and Alderton.
yeah, that.
That has been the main entrance for as long as I've been involved with the site. I can tell you it's been challenging. We have a lot of people that have a struggle navigating that site. We have a lot of folks that are trying to get to animal services and emergency management that are challenged with which parking lot to pull in.
Yep.
What you can't see on this map is the housing development that's currently going up immediately across the street.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So there's some challenges that may be coming in terms of traffic from the addition of those residents. To answer your specific question, no, there has not been a conversation with anyone about the expansion of Walsingham Road. But as it relates to the amount of traffic and the volume on the site, we already know in the few large events that we do, we're already using this space. So traffic already backs up around Walsingham for holiday lights. Traffic already backs up on 125th Street for holiday lights. So just that one event, for example, creates a traffic issue, but that's also at a very specific time frame and folks trying to get in a very specific time. The general use of the site, the day in and day out visitors that are coming to tour the gardens or utilize Heritage Village, park and utilize a much smaller footprint. The challenge there is some of that parking is not adequate. So they're parking in grass spaces or off-road
I know.
spaces, which we'd really prefer to
aware.
get them into a paved space that's accessible and easier to navigate than what they're currently using.
Thank you, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Seal.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, the presentation doesn't include all of the suggestions that were made in the master plan. And in looking at the Pinewood report, it also discusses, well, let me go back a little bit in history. So for as long as I've been around, it's been basically 3 entities, and that has not changed. So that being said, and I'm not being critical of parks, but we have Brooker Creek and we have Whedon Island, and for years we tried to increase the visitors' experience as well as the visitors to those parks without success. So I thought one of the goals of doing this cultural master plan was to invigorate the campus and make it more attractive for more people to come visit and to utilize what's there, which are diamonds in the rough. So going back to, I think it was 2002, and so here comes my history again, gang, soon to be lost. The commission had agreed to look at something called the Chautauqua Institute, which is up in New York, and it's a lifelong learning experience in campus, and it's very, very, very successful. And so we kind of looked into doing that for a couple years, and then, of course, we hit bumps in the road. But I really don't feel like this is taking this diamond and really programming it. I understand bringing someone in to try to do that, but this should almost be like an enterprise approach. Did we not talk to business and industry experts? I brought business folks out there myself trying to say, what would you do with this whole campus and make it busy, make it a great experience? I'm a little worried about moving the entrance to Walsingham Road, because if they can't find it off of Almerton Road now, I mean, in a way, why aren't we working with this piece of land, which I was hoping we would buy, but we didn't, out on Almerton? And bringing the entrance to our campus onto Almerton Road and making it easier for people to see it, make it more visible in some way. Because if it goes to Walsingham Road, nobody will know it's there. I mean, there's not going to be any kind of, it'll be a nice visitor experience once they get there, but just knowing that it's there, I'm not sure it achieves that. I noticed on the plan, there's also a suggestion to do a drone park.
Yes. And we've had a question about that already from one of our partner groups. The department has been approached in the past for opportunities for operation of drones. It's something that's actually prohibited under Chapter 90, and in our regional parks, the operation of a drone and flying it from within the park is prohibited. But we've had some folks that have come forward and asked for an opportunity. And so during the meetings with the consultant group, that was something that was mentioned as one of the things that had been brought forward for use of that site. It's a recommendation. I don't know that that's actually where we would land, excuse the pun. But it is an opportunity there because it's an open site for some type of activity like that. But whether it truly fits with the site or whether it's how we would move forward is up for debate. And it would certainly be something we would look at. Right now, that site and the use of that site is really first and foremost getting it to where it's usable green space. So that's making sure as overflow parking, it's safe and can be utilized by the community for other events when necessary.
I see another suggestion is to move the Heritage Village staff, archives, and gift shop to the museum.
Yes.
And do you all agree with that?
Yes.
What happens to Creative Pinellas?
Well, there's still space in there for Creative Pinellas. What this project team looked at was how best to utilize the space on the campus. The offices and the facilities that Heritage Village and their team work out of are in need of some infrastructure improvements. It's a challenged facility for them. They are at capacity in terms of what they can do in that space. There's opportunity with office space and storage space and even some gift shop space that's not currently being utilized even with Creative Pinellas programming in there. One of the challenges that we've seen is that, as I mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily the goal of these groups to draw folks in for all of these different portions of the site. So for Creative Pinellas, when they have an event, when they have an activity that's going on, there's vibrant use of the space. But in between there's an opportunity to still have something from Heritage Village being offered that could keep that door open and keep that space vibrant throughout the week and throughout the months and the years. So instead of having to have these breaks while one show is coming in and one is moving out, or while the next activity is coming into play, we can move some of those activities together, still provide everyone the space that they need to do what they're trying to do, but maybe get a better utilization specifically of all of that large space in the gallery and then the auditorium. But currently in its current condition, the auditorium needs some investment and upgrades in order for it to be as usable and functional as we would want it to be for someone doing a presentation there. And there's some opportunities in the gallery space that could be improved or repaired, whether it's through looking at different portions of the structure that may be in need of some renovation, or improving things like lighting or HVAC. So there's some opportunity there to bring folks together in one spot and make that investment in one spot instead of having to do it in multiple locations.
Again, and I'm just going to conclude at this point, but I don't really feel like you are invigorating this campus. That there is, that there wasn't some creative thinking to bring in something else in order to make this campus cook, per se.
Well-
So I really don't feel like this is going to change much of anything other than, and I agree with Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Long that, it's great that you talked to the stakeholders. It's great that you got their survey results primarily from the people who use the, but really going outside might have helped to bring in some new exciting ideas. So, sorry.
And just to briefly address your concern there, I think one of the challenges that our consultant team found as they did reach out to some of the peer groups and some of the peer sites is that long-term programming, long-term utilization of space like we have in Pinewood Cultural Park is something that these groups find very challenging. So bringing in a single entity and having them be the entity that makes all of this, a underutilized space into something that's vibrant and highly active in the community is something that they found has not been as successful as being able to bring in rotating activities. So at no point are we looking at not working with the community and finding other partners to come in and utilize some of this space. But what this plan is recommending is that, hey, you've got a section of square footage here that's classroom space that was developed for use as classrooms and presentation space, but you're using it for storage.
And I don't disagree with you on that.
Right, so that's kind of the base level of this, is to let's get things being utilized the way they should, but still work with those community partners, whether it's the school board, whether it's folks at St. Petersburg College, whether it's, you know, other arts programs that are out there. We know that there are numerous things occurring throughout the community that could potentially come and utilize this space over a period of time, or offer some things as part of a quarterly activity. But there's no one as a whole that's out there reaching out to try to develop that program approach. And that's what this plan recommends, is to put that person, you know, in the department and reaching out to the community to say, hey, there's an opportunity here at Pinewood for you to bring your activity and offer it to, you know, this community. And that's what really this plan looks to bring forward.
And our consulting team did not recommend, and Spencer can speak more to this, that we look to some type of commercial enterprise for purposes of activating Pinewood Park. It was their sense, and the feedback that we received is that it's green space and people like that, and they like to have the preserve piece. They love Heritage Village. They certainly are very proud of it as an asset, but in terms of having you know, proposals for some type of commercial enterprise or management at the property, that is not in the recommendations. Their recommendations for the activation are, as Spencer has outlined them, that they stay within the context of cultural, botanical, and historical. So if that is something that the commissioners would like for us to look at, this study didn't do that after we had done several attempts and conversations with some commercial ideas. I don't think we've revisited the Chautauqua Institute idea, Commissioner, though. So, you know, if that is something, you know, we certainly can do that, but you've got to have facilities that you're ready to let go. You've got to have facilities that you know where you're going to put the stuff that's in them now to do those types of solicitations. And these consulting teams and what we talked about were not supportive of that sort of commercialization, if you will, of the property, but to hopefully get to what Spencer's describing through management, coordination, and making a full use of the properties.
Let me just make it clear, the Chautauqua Institute is a not-for-profit.
Yeah.
It is not a commercial entity per se.
Well, that's why I separated it out. I'm separating that from commercial because we haven't revisited that. And we're not, you know, obviously, our botanical gardens are not-for-profit. So I'm glad we're making the distinction, because we don't mean other nonprofits. We don't mean not having community groups. We're talking about, you know, if you want this to pay for itself, it will look drastically different than it does today, or as is intended to be heading toward.
The other thing that I'm going from memory, but I think in the previous penny, we had allocated $10 million towards Heritage Village for a visitor center and for other things. And then this penny, we ramped it down. There was at one point going to be a folk museum that we had some state money for. That didn't happen. So, you know, I looked at a culinary institute there, and that study was, it's kind of interesting. I just gave Barry an article. The extension in Pasco County is doing incubator kitchens through their extension services, and, you know, helping businesses start. And I just again, I would like to have seen some imagination go into this. Sorry.
Commissioner Gerard.
Gosh. Gosh, that's a lot. Well, first and foremost, I think I would not want to see commercial uses in there. I think there are plenty of things that can be done. I love the idea of having a coordinator, at least one person who's coordinating the activities between the entities that we have there, because I think there are some creative things that we can do. And I think that person can help. I don't know that we've marketed a whole lot what we do there. I mean, not that we have a lot of activities, but we haven't used our own marketing department very well in terms of letting people know that they're there or what's going on there. I would ask that we not cramp Creative Pinellas. I think they're very innovative, and they're doing a lot of things that, lend themselves to expansion and, drawing actual cultural activities and artists there. So I would want to make sure that we're not putting people in those offices that they might use in a different way at some point. It doesn't bother me a bit that they have exhibits, and then sometimes they're changing over exhibits. They pretty much have constant, rotating activities going on there, and I like that a lot. I guess so how do we, when we're changing this whole thing around, make an entrance or make it clear? I hate that entrance, I really do. And I think somehow we need to just cut off animal services and emergency services and even the extension, and just say, okay, that's something else again. And here's the entrance to the cultural park, because it's too confusing.
Yeah.
And even on Almerton somehow, I know we're going to take the entrance off, the main entrance to the park off Almerton, but how do we direct people then down Walsingham?
That's certainly where our signage and directional package comes into play. I think one of the challenges with that site, and as was mentioned earlier, in trying to push that entrance out towards, Almerton to make that current entrance, more recognizable. I mean, there have been some efforts to do that. It is a challenging entrance, though.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I know even just leaving there to come up here today, there was a gentleman who clearly had missed his turn and was backing down Almerton to get to wherever he was going to. So it is definitely a challenging situation, and it's an entrance that I know, in its current state, was an effort to do exactly what we're talking about. Years ago, that entrance was not connected to Almerton in that way. There was not signage there that way, and so as it exists right now was an attempt to do that. But I think in looking at just the entrance, you have to look at what the entrance brings you into. And that's one of the real challenges, is that parking that exists off of that entrance is pretty much the parking that's available. There's not a lot of ways to reorient that or develop it to be any larger than it is. It's kind of what you got. But as you look at what's available on the southern end of the property by the museum buildings, that has a much greater opportunity. So if we are truly getting to a point to bring those folks in like we're looking to do and increase that attendance, we have to increase the number of parking spaces. And as a long-term project, reorienting that parking lot and adding those spaces would truly give us the ability to have greater attendance, but it's not an activity that we could actually do in that lot that's by the admin building. So having it be available for staff parking, having it being available for the meetings that occur in the large room in that building is all certainly still on the table, and certainly having it be sort of a backdoor entrance is for daily use is helpful. But as was mentioned in a couple of comments, if we're truly activating this site and we're looking at it to do what it can actually do for the community, there's revenue opportunities there, which also means we need to look at a point of entrance that gives us the opportunity to collect donations for the site. The site's very porous as it is right now, but in a rebranding and a repackaging and with signage that gets you to an individual and specific location, then when we're doing these larger events, that ability to control that flow of traffic and that ability to reach out for donations and that ability to engage with the community happens at a single point.
I think you had one more slide that you didn't get to. If you
did.
want to bring us in for a landing here.
Absolutely. I had two left, but I think we already got to the last one.
Yeah, I think we covered the
That was
last slide.
questions. So, after our conversation today and a few more conversations with our partner and stakeholder groups, we will look to bring all of the comments, concerns, and feedback that we have into a final report. That final report would then be adopted as the guiding document for the site. It would place Parks and Conservation Resources as the managing entity for the site. So that position that was discussed would be part of our team and would be able to overall manage the site and provide what is necessary to bring this plan to fruition. And then we would look for any recommendations in working with our partners for implementation and prioritization of the projects that are appropriate for the site. Any questions?
Well, Commissioner Seal.
Just one other, maybe going back in history to do a little research. I do think we also looked at widening Walsingham and adding sidewalks a while back. I don't know whether that came up in the documents, but I know we had a consultant many years ago who looked at that. And I agree with Commissioner Gerard about, I do think it's good to have the person, an events person, and then I also agree with her comments about Creative Pinellas, because they have just gone through a process, being the ex officio member of their board, of looking at programming that facility even more. And so I think it's going to really cook, per se. Thanks.
What, Commissioner Eggers? I think the part I asked you about the other day was about if someone comes on site, on this new main entrance, and their intention was to go to the Botanical Gardens, but now they're more aware of the Heritage Village. That's the goal here, right? Is to entice them to use 2 or 3 of the entities on site rather than. Correct. I think most people now. I mean, certainly I know for us, we go to the Heritage when there's a big event at Heritage. We go to Botanical Gardens when there's an event there. Creative Pinellas when there's an event there. But I've never gone, we're going to do a couple hours of Heritage and then we're going to go over it. I've never done that. And I don't know, I mean, is that part of the ultimate goal there?
Yes, sir. One of the recommendations that is in the plan is the standardization of the operating hours. So right now, the Botanical Gardens operates on a different schedule than Heritage Village. So for a couple of days during the week, you could show up to visit the gardens and only run into a locked gate at Heritage Village. So making that switch to be able to come on and visit the entire property, first and foremost, is one of those short-term goals we would look at. But definitely building more of an experience for the site is what we all sort of envision for it, is that instead of just coming to Heritage, being able to walk through the gardens, being able to visit that whole site, have a cultural experience, is really what we're looking to do. And honestly, through the different iterations of what has gone on at the museum complex, all of that area originally around there was considered part of the gardens. And through some of the things that have occurred there and some of the challenges that existed, that has changed. But we would certainly be in favor of, I know I would be in favor of, over the operations of the site, to fix that and have that be part of the garden. So as you pull in, you're really coming right into that experience instead of navigating through something that doesn't look like a gardens or is challenging to figure out what you're at. So that would be one of the improvements we would look at as well, is really expanding the fact you are in the gardens when you park your car.
You all currently, someone from Creative Heritage and the parks, do you all currently meet on a routine basis to talk about any of these things?
It is challenging for me, but our folks at Heritage Village, Creative Pinellas, the foundation, and some of my folks that do work on site in the gardens work on a pretty regular basis together. I believe they have a monthly meeting where they look to try and coordinate some of their activities and some of their programs. The groups independently have worked tremendously well over the last couple of years to bring greater offerings during the Holiday Lights event. So I think that's something that is a standout of what they are able to do together, and really would be something that would be enhanced by what we're recommending in this report.
Yeah, I mean, the archives obviously is something we've talked about for a long time, figuring a way to make sure that we protect those resources that we have. And that's why it was so important in this last penny that it was specifically laid out. And then obviously the normal visitor experience, the restrooms and some of those things I think are critical. Just even if we don't do anything else, the signage is critical. But to me, one of the most exciting things is, and I'm a Pinellas native, is I'm not sure that I ever realized that all 3 of those parks connected, 4 parks connected like they do, potentially with the creek system there. So I think that's an exciting potential for folks to have that connectivity all the way from Taylor down to Walsingham. I think that's something that would really be a unique experience for folks.
Yes, agreed.
Commissioner Gerard.
I just wanted to reiterate that part about the opening or the new entrance being the old entrance to Creative Pinellas. And I love the idea of making sure that that looks like a garden, because I've always driven in there going, where's the botanical gardens? Because this isn't it. This is stones and, drab buildings and
Well,
and then
that's a great
somehow having that connection so that when you drive in the parking lot, you know that Heritage Village is right over there, and you can just take a little stroll rather than having to go through and find the bridge and,
Well, and as
Yeah,
you,
I mean, if it's obvious as soon as you drive into the property, what's going on there, everything that's going on there. That would be
yeah,
great.
that is 100% what we're looking at. And as you mentioned, the buildings in your comments, that's even something we talked about the other day, and you'll see in the master plan is murals on those walls.
Love that.
It's this massive structure that has great architecture, but has these big bare spaces.
Yeah.
And Creative Pinellas has done such great work in the community to start bringing murals into different parts of the county. But then the buildings they're working out of aren't able to reflect that. So,
Boring, yeah.
enhancing that and making that more vibrant is definitely one of the goals.
Further questions? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I'm just listening to everybody kind of give their thoughts on it. And I think, it's almost like so much being captured under one umbrella, and almost too much. First of all, I was glad to be introduced to the name. I didn't even realize that name existed, and I would guess that most Pinellas County residents don't know.
Spencer can talk about all the history of how that name came to be.
Yeah, well, yeah, I did. So that one escaped me. So that really, when you start with that, it's like, so that's a big question mark. But I think a lot of the things that we've talked about, re-engineering, redesigning the facility and making it more functional and more attractive to visitors is one piece. But I kind of agree with Commissioner Seal. I'm not sure, and I'm not going to put my words into her, but I don't think it captures the imagination of for the residents of Pinellas County, and would argue that the people that are involved there are deeply passionate about that location and would die for it, right? And I think a lot of us really appreciate the nuances of that park. But I just think if we're looking, 5, 10, 15 years down the road and trying to figure out how to excite people about this, I think we've missed a little bit of that boat. I'm not sure currently. I mean, I don't know what synergistic opportunities are really there. I mean, I appreciate what each of those folks do, but at the end of the day, to your comment, I don't know that you go to one and then let's go do something at the other location. It's kind of a destination place right now. And I think we do need to kind of address it, but I hate to hire somebody before we know kind of what we're trying to get accomplished there. Just to re-engineer the site, I don't think we need that. But if we're going to try to capture the imagination and widen the appeal, yeah, I think there's some talk about that kind of position. So just some closing thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning. We
Thank you all.
appreciate that and look forward to what's next.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Spencer. All right, item number 2.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commission, this morning we have updates for you from our unincorporated county assistance to the county administrator, and we'll be beginning with Brian Loack from Central and South County, followed by Nancy McKibben, North County, and Chris Moore, our Lilman CRA.
Look at those beautiful logos on that screen.
Good morning, Commissioners. As Jill said, Brian Loack, Assistant County Administrator for Central and Southern Pinellas County. And I'm excited to be here today, and I know I speak for Chris and Nancy, to come and talk about some of the things going on in the unincorporated Pinellas communities. I do want to point out one of the things that I think you'll see as a theme throughout this presentation is what's been going on working with the communities, the different service providers, residents, community leaders to come up with work plans and priority projects and goals for each individual community. And then through your investment, whether it be American Rescue Plan dollars, Penny for Pinellas dollars, CDBG, or MSTU special project grants, we're now starting to get to the point where we can actually implement those projects and get the work done. This is just a reminder of how we differentiate each of the three areas, North County, Mid and South, and Lealman. And then wanted to point out again, folks sometimes forget about this, but this shows the total population unincorporated Pinellas after the 2020 census shows that if unincorporated Pinellas was a city, it'd be the biggest one in the county. It's larger than our largest city. It's more than twice as large as our second largest city, and it's more than 3 times the size of our third largest city. I want to talk about Ridgecrest and some of the projects going on out there. The first one, Ridgecrest YMCA, the roof replacement and the game field lighting replacement, those have recently been completed. Those were funded through CDBG dollars. The game field replacement is about to get started. That's also a CDBG project. And as a reminder, that is home to the Largo Junior Packers. The Dansville Community Park. And the next 5 projects on here, these are all funded, have been funded as projects through American Rescue Plan dollars. Dansville Community Park, this was the #1 priority in the community. And it's a project that was identified years ago. And what it's going to do is turn a county-owned stormwater facility into a community park, right in the heart of the Dansville community. Spencer already touched on the McKay Creek Greenway Trail, but I will say, as Commissioner Justice noted, this project's kind of a game changer in the community because it hits on every one of the goals that the Ridgecrest and Dansville community identified in their plan. And a lot of people don't realize that with Taylor Park, Ridgecrest Park, Pinewood Culture Center, Walsingham Park, and the soon-to-be Dansville Community Park, this is kind of the mecca of parks in Pinellas County. And it's one of those things, if you know, you know. So we want to really take advantage of those features of connectivity and park and amenities. One of the things that I thought coming into this position was that parks and recreation, those are a want and they're a luxury. But what I've quickly found out, and you'll see throughout the projects on here, is that residents see recreation and parks as a need, and they see them as a priority in their community and a reason to stay and move to a community. The 119th Street recreational parcel he already talked on. The sidewalk gaps. Similar to the next community I'll speak to, there are a number of streets throughout these communities that don't have sidewalks on either side of the street. You'll also notice there's in Ridgecrest, it's Ridgecrest Elementary, Go Panthers, that these students walk to. And right now they're walking on the street. Through the Safe Routes to School program, almost all of if not all of those streets will have a sidewalk on at least one side of the street, and those kids will have a safe way to get to school. And then there's other road resurfacing projects throughout Ridgecrest and Dansville, north, south, and west of Almerton Road. In the High Point community, the High Point Community Park, that is currently in the design phase. That design is scheduled to be completed late summer, early fall. We will be having a community meeting with the residents to go over those designs, and then construction will be ready to go in fiscal year 23-24. And again, as I always do with this project, this is the ultimate partnership. Through ARPA dollars, you've got the federal government involved. There's currently state dollars in the budget. We'll know shortly if those will stay. The county dollars through Penny, and then the school board and the city of Largo working together to provide the land and then to operate, maintain, and program that property. The community's excited. I'm excited. Can't wait for it to come to fruition. Russell Avenue pedestrian connection. This project, as a reminder, a couple years ago, there was a request that came before you all, vacation of right-of-way. And we looked harder at that, and we said, actually, this is a community that lacks pedestrian access. The heart of the community is on one side of this street. The majority of the residential district of this community is to the other side. And this comes out right on the main corridor, across the street from a church, the elementary school, the future home of the park, and the High Point Communities Neighborhood Family Center. So we were able to identify what we could do there, and that will be a pedestrian, one of those large, wide walkways, and that's going to be able to get folks from the northeast side of the community right to the heart of the community. Again, the sidewalk gaps, these are safe routes to school, and then the neighborhood roadway improvements. This one, it's one roadway in particular that's in pretty rough shape. Some of the additional Mid and South County projects underway. The Terra Verde Rec Center. This project, actually the design kicked off about 2 weeks ago. That is scheduled to be completed in early October. There will be 2 community meetings that will work with the TVCA to schedule, looking at in the August timeframe. And then that'll be ready to go in fiscal year 23, maybe 24. Unincorporated Seminole Youth Sports Complexes. I will tell you, Paul and myself, we've been meeting with the 3 facilities, Seminole Junior Warhawks, SYAA, and Cross Bayou Little League. And over the years, it was tough to get everyone on the same page in the same direction. And what I can tell you on this project is that the 3 user groups have agreed to the master plan to move forward with that. So there's ARPA dollars for that, and there's also penny dollars for that, and we're taking steps to get that begun now. Feather Sound Community Dog Park. You'll hear from a representative from the Feather Sound Community Service District later on today. And I think last year when you heard from him, he mentioned the dog park. This is something that had been a want in the community for quite some time. You funded that through an MSTU special grant this year. They've recently completed that, and I believe they're had a little bit of money left over, and they're going to look to expand it just a little bit more. And then Seminole Junior Warhawks. Field improvements. They recently applied for MSTU grants, and they redid some drainage on some of the soccer fields, and then they also redid the infield and clay and turf on one of the baseball fields. So with that, those are an overview of the projects going on in Mid and South County. I'm happy to take any questions you have. If you do not, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Questions for Brian? Commissioner Gerard.
Just a comment. Thank you for all your hard work on this stuff. Some of this was intractable. You know, the Seminole youth and the High Point. It's amazing that you got those things accomplished.
It's a team effort, and you've got a tremendous staff, and they're happy to get it done.
Mr. Moore, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, County Attorney White, Madam Administrator. We switched up the order there. Obviously, I'm following Brian here this morning to give you some Lellman updates. And you'll see this on a slide later, but I'm scheduled to come back before you on July 14th for a presentation at the work session on the CRA. So for today, chose to focus more on some community partner updates and some of the ARPA projects that we want to highlight. And here we are highlighting 2 of Lellman's finest. So the Florida Dream Center and PAL both received MSTU grants this year. Florida Dream Center's grant supported their resident advocacy and Mogul Food Bank, and really truly serving some of our residents most in need. In PAL, we were able to support the acquisition of a new portable classroom structure for some other computer lab and after-school tutoring. Really appreciative of both those organizations, really strong leadership, but also their staff up and down the line. Every time you interact with them in the community, just truly dedicated to serving that community, and we're certainly better off for it. Some of the capital project highlights here. As mentioned, not focusing too much on the CRA, but that entire work plan consists of about $57 million worth of projects and programs. The CRA comprises a little less than $3 million of that total. We do have some new highlights. You all recently amended the Lellman work plan in March, and since then we've activated a couple new programs. So the alleyway maintenance program, Florida Dream Center and Island Way have begun that work. And the two new housing programs. So Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay were selected through procurement process to administer two new programs, a single-family construction program and a rehab program. We've completed negotiations. Both entities have signed their agreement. There's a race to get it through Legistar, trying to make the June 21st agenda. And if not, it'll follow actually at the July meeting just because of the budget information sessions. But I know both organizations are excited to get going, and fantastic to add two more tremendous partners like that. So everybody's familiar with Habitat. Rebuilding Together, in a lot of ways, is the habitat of the rehab world. And so they've already done a lot of work in Lellman, and looking forward to continuing that. Also would be remiss, as Mr. Chairman mentioned, the logos, a lot of focus on Creative Pinellas, and I believe Barbara St. Clair has left, but wanted to extend our appreciation to her as well, and Creative Pinellas. So had some real success with launching our own mural program in the CRA, and we'll look forward to sharing pictures of that when I come back in July, but also developing that logo. Our staff in-house developed the design, but Creative Pinellas stepped up free of charge to really help navigate through that design process, the community charrette process. So wanted to extend my thanks to Barbara and her team as well. And again, we'll come back in the middle of July to give you some more updates on the CRA. And here are all of the ARPA projects. So you see that are in Lellman. So you see the total there would be over $24 million worth of investment in the community. Really wanted to highlight that here today, and thank the commissioners for this investment in the community. I know it's generated a lot of excitement in the community, and $24 million with projects that are shovel-ready, essentially, many of them, and others along the way. It's just going to tremendously impact the community. We've got a variety of truly catalytic projects that can transform the community, from Joe's Creek Trail to Neary Park. Also, getting back to the core services, the nuts and bolts, if you will, just repaving roads, filling sidewalk gaps, be a nice sidewalk connection on 28th Street to provide a safe route to Lellman Innovation Academy, and the Sunny Lawn Estates neighborhood of Lellman, which is just east of the cemetery there. Large section of that community is going to get repaved roads, and you'll see a really tremendous impact in that portion of the community. Couple updates on the Joe's Creek. So staff is finalizing an agreement with DEO for the $17 million grant that they received. They also, as you are aware, applied for $25 million from the RAISE stimulus funding. We should hear back no later than mid-August on both of those. They're developing the scope of work for the preliminary engineering review on that. Very excited about that project, certainly the most important, I would say, in Lellman's portfolio. The regional stormwater facility, there's about $5.6 million there. I know staff has just received additional alternatives that can help address the flooding in Joe's Creek Industrial Park. So I think there's about 6 different alternatives. We just received those this week, I believe, so staff hasn't had a chance the project team to digest them, but that's continuing to move forward, and that'll address the southern portion of the Lellman CRA, and eventually develop a stormwater credit system and address that flooding in the industrial park. One update on the slide, the Restore Act, wastewater collection systems with utilities. Wanted to include that just to give the big picture of projects here in Lellman funded. The agenda deadline didn't have a chance to get in the estimated cost and so on, but utilities provided that to me. That's another $1.4 million from the ARPA that'll address the sewer conditions in 2 mobile home communities in the CRA. Great to be supporting our residents in need, and those are 2 resident-owned parks as well. So, they'll see more of a direct benefit than, say, a single park owner would. So, very appreciative of their efforts there in leading that work. And that is my final slide. So, happy to answer any questions you have about these projects. Anything about the CRA you may want to ask, certainly happy to address that as well.
I think Commissioner Eggers was asking, why isn't there more money in Lellman? Questions?
Very happy about it. Don't let him tell you that otherwise.
Any questions for Chris? All right, we'll look forward to seeing you back in July, Chris. Thank you. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning, Commissioners, Jewel, Jill, and other members of staff. I'm Nancy McKibben. I do represent the unincorporated communities in North County for our county administrator. And I want to thank you so much for inviting us here to bring you our updates. So we had a little theme. We were starting off with talking about projects. And I thought I'm sure you all know this, but there is a wonderful resource it's public facing on our webpage that gives you access to all the capital projects in the county. And this is something that was produced by Public Works, so I know I take advantage of it greatly because it would be kind of take up a lot of time to go through all the projects in North County that are being supported by our capital fund. So this is just an example of a snapshot of what you can see. That box on the left is where you can find it for the folks who might not be familiar with. If you go to pinellescounty.org and you look down in the center of the page, you'll see public works or roadway projects, and that's how you can get to this page. And then over on the left, there's some sampling. You'll see the Nebraska Avenue roadway improvements from US Ultra 19 to Westlake, our Palm Harbor Recreation Center. It's a replacement of an old building that is no longer has exceeded its lifespan. Some other roadway projects. We have a boat ramp that's being replaced. An entrance feature at Sutherland Boat Ramp that's currently under construction. So a lot of exciting things that are happening in North County. You may not see some things that are sub-projects of other capital, we call them countywide funding sources. And one of them is our partnership with Parks and Conservation Resources and our wonderful director, Paul Kazi, who has provided some budget to allow us to look at some parking expansion for one of our North County agencies, Eastlake Recreation. So that is also a capital-supported project that you would not see on this map. So as you may know, North County generally, unincorporated North County generally does not participate in CDBG funding. We don't have a CRA in North County. And so we do rely very heavily on capital funding. But what's not represented here, and the next up are our Palm Harbor Community Service Agency partners, our 4 directors, are going to give you their updates, because this community collectively of over 93,000 residents are supported by an ad valorem tax fund. So these are property tax dollars that the people who live in the community voluntarily pay for the most part, and provides library and recreation services. So you'll hear from these folks next, and what they do and accomplish is really quite impressive. So next up is our contribution of the ARPA funds to capital projects in North County. And the one project that we are undertaking is the expansion of the Palm Harbor Regional Stormwater Facility. Now, this original regional facility, which was quite, unique and before its time, was actually constructed in the late 1990s, early 2000s to support the infrastructure that the county invested in downtown Palm Harbor, essentially. As that area was platted in 1888, the parcel sizes are very small. It was determined to provide the treatment facility for the greater business central district. And so now that we have our form-based code and our master plan that has slightly expanded the downtown Palm Harbor district, we now are going to expand the central stormwater facility to not only meet the stormwater treatment requirements that were in place in the 2000s, but now we're going to be able to implement our nutrient load reductions. So we're going to really make an impact on our water quality in the Sutherland Bayou, which of course is part of one of our impaired water bodies. So this is one of my favorite slides. Not only do we rely heavily on our capital funding, but North County really leverages the MSTU special projects funds that the commissioners have set aside. You'll probably hear some more of that from our 4 agencies and libraries and recreation. But we wanted to expand the impact that we can make on our community. So new in, the grant was in fiscal year 21, was the Palm Harbor Historical Society Living Landscape. And this is more than just taking out some non-native species and putting in native species. The Historical Society, which runs the Palm Harbor Museum, and this is all being done on the site of the Palm Harbor Museum, is actually making an extension of a classroom. They're going to turn the campus into an outdoor classroom where they can not only educate people, residents, students to the value of native species, but they're going to make a connection to the ethnobotanical connection between history and native plants. How did the early settlers and indigenous people use these native species in their culture, their economy, and their traditions? And that's very exciting. It was so interesting to hear the conversation about, for the Pinewood campus, and the importance of visibility and making it a destination. We actually connected the Palm Harbor Museum to visit St. Pete Clearwater. We got a visit from their photographer. He visit St. Pete Clearwater, came out, did a series of photos. We have now gotten on the map with Visit St. Pete Clearwater, because this is very important. Cultural and heritage tourism is one of the fastest growing specialty markets in, actually globally in tourism. And we don't pay enough attention to those resources, those jewels, like the Pinewood campus, like the Palm Harbor Museum, like the Gulf Beaches Museum. We have so many of these wonderful organizations, and we're starting now to make that connection with our tourists. Sure, the beaches are great, everybody loves that, but what do you do on a rainy day, right? So let's not forget about these great opportunities. The slide on the right shows you an example that Chris alluded to, the wonderful marketing assistance that we did get from our marketing and communications folks. We partnered with Greater Palm Harbor Chamber of Commerce to do a branding effort that was actually facilitated by Barbara St. Clair, whose expertise in branding is just amazing, and what a great gift that we have with her. And then the graphics staff from marketing communications, put this together, our wonderful logos, and now we have these banners in downtown Clearwater thanks to that grant and our assistance from our partners.
Is that, I see is it Advent Health? Is that a sponsorship that we're?
Yes, we did have a community sponsor, and Advent Health did contribute to the branding and marketing element, and we're very happy to have them represented in our community. And so some of the other projects that were supported by the MS2 Special Projects Funds are this year, and sorry if I'm taking some of the limelight from the directors, but you're going to see these come to fruition. Very necessary things. These funds really supplement what our recreation and library agencies really need. Even though they are supported by ad valorem dollars, there's really never enough to support what they do for our 93,700 residents in North County. And I know they'll tell you more about these projects. So we have developed a lot of partnerships in our community. Again, the Chamber of Commerce has been a big, stepped up to a big leadership role. We are ready to implement a Keeping Downtown Palm Harbor Beautiful campaign with these new trash receptacles that will be maintained by community partners until we get, a more sustainable source of revenue. As you know, there's no, obviously, we're not a municipality, so we don't have any, systematic waste collection. So until we can find a way to sustain something like that, our community partners are going to help us keep downtown Palm Harbor beautiful. On the upper right-hand slide, that's a graphic image of one of the very first projects that are going to be implemented under the form-based code. And it is a 24,000 square foot vertically integrated development, private development, retail restaurants on the first floor, medical professional on the second. And one of the most biggest missing pieces to the revitalization of downtown Palm Harbor is residential on the top floor. So we're very excited to be on the precipice of, destination Palm Harbor, and it's going to happen because of all the support that we have gotten from the commission. And last but not least, our roundabout. DOT is ready to mobilize July 5th, which means, construction will start in earnest, not necessarily digging, but, the staging of all the equipment and all. The utility relocations have already pretty much been done. And, sometimes we forget, and I appreciate Commissioner Seal, because you always seem to bring those, wonderful tidbits of relativity to what we talk about. And a lot of people forget that the roundabout was a recommendation from the master plan for downtown Palm Harbor to connect the amenities west of Alternate 19 to the central business district. Now we're going to have central business and residential, and of course there always has been residential there. And that's a little snippet of a letter that was written by the prior county administrator to David Wynn, the District 7, I want to call him supervisor, I forget his actual title, asking for the DOT's partnership. And, and now we know what happened. It all came to be. So we are very grateful for the partnerships that we have developed in North County. And again, our community partners, we talk about, the, familiar ones. I do want to point out that Feast is a big partner in North County. Sometimes we forget there are needs in every part of Pinellas County. I was interested to know that April was a particularly high demand month for Feast. They served over 3,000 people, families, whatever you want to call it. Their shelves were nearly depleted until the second Saturday in April, they had the, or was it May, the Stamp Out Hunger campaign with the post office. And 22,000 pounds of non-perishable food was delivered to Feast, which is expected to only last 6 weeks. So everyone has needs, including North County, and we look forward to working with Feast and continuing to, support them any way that we can. And so I think
Commissioner-
what we've demonstrated here, unless Brian, am I going to take it
Commissioner Long
home?
has a question for you, Nancy,
Okay.
before you.
So quickly, Nancy.
Oh, I wasn't going to.
I might have a question or two for Brian as well. Hopefully he's still here. Oh, there you are. Hi. I'm so happy to hear you talk about the Feast Pantry in North County and totally agree with your comments about we often forget and think that folks in North County don't need these services. But your numbers are staggering in terms of what they do. And I'm very curious, in this presentation, it does not appear that you set aside as a potential real need for them in their building that they desperately are trying to raise funds for. And so are you working on that? And because I've had many conversations with our county administrator about them
Right.
and the dire need that they have to
Yes.
have this building for their food.
If I may, and,
Thank you.
this is a little presumptuous or premature, let's put it that way. But as you all know, we are waiting very patiently for the nonprofit ARPA portal to open. And Feast has been poised, ready, and in waiting, along with other nonprofit organizations. I'm not just singling them out. There are many, many deserving organizations for nonprofit or ARPA consideration. But to answer your question, yes, that is I can speak perhaps not for Tamara Black, but I've spoken with Tamara, and we're in very close communication, and that is their intention.
So my second question is, it was my understanding that there was a particular workshop that whoever wanted to participate in our funding needed to attend. Do you know if anyone from the Feast Pantry did go to that workshop?
That was, this workshop was done, I think it was in March, and people may not have been able to participate directly, and I tried to make as many nonprofit organizations aware of the workshops. There were like 4 different ones on specific days. But there was a summary of the discussions and questions and answers that were distributed to as many of the nonprofit organizations. And I gleaned as many email addresses as I could from, partners that I work with. And also our FICSA agencies have a great access to nonprofit email addresses and so forth. So I believe that there were several groups in North County that were able to participate, but if not, they did receive the summaries.
Well, I just want to make sure for our purposes that they didn't fall off the list for lack of attendance.
I know that the actual list of the original invitees, of course, it's very difficult to reach everyone in, globally, but we made an effort to reach out to as many people locally that we could to make them aware of it.
Well, Jill, are we aware if they are on the list or not? I think that's a really critical issue for our citizens.
Commissioner, I don't actually know the answer to that question, but we will get you that answer.
I would very much
Today?
appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Nancy, I'm sorry to put you into the hot spot.
We'll find out. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, not on that.
Commissioner Seal?
Well, thank you for patiently waiting for ARPA. I think we're all getting low on patience, however, so. Thank you. Nancy, where is the stormwater going to be located?
Sure. If you were to go on alternate 19, north a little bit north of Nebraska, and you looked on your left-hand side, it actually is on county property where Sunderman Complex, the recreational field is. So I think it's Missouri is that you could only turn west, and it occupies that southwest quadrant.
Okay, great. And then the new residential wellness center, where is that going to be located?
So that's on the northeast corner of Florida Avenue and 11th. It was operating as a medical office in an older building, and the owner has owned several parcels that are actually on Florida. So most of the face of that building will be on Florida, and it's an L shape, so part of it will be on 11th.
Great. Well, I just want to compliment you and Brian and Chris. I think one of the best things that the county administrator did was to put you all in these positions and make the unincorporated area just pop.
Thank you.
And we really, really appreciate what y'all have done.
Well, I can speak for my colleagues. I think we appreciate the opportunity to contribute. I know I do. So we continue to work with our county departments, and, I don't want to underestimate the amount of support that we get from our companion departments. It's just incredible. And then we do look for those strategic, I will say opportunities in our local communities. So, and that, I think, is it for us?
Commissioner Eggers has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, all three of you, for your presentations. Look forward to a lot more. It's just been, it's so great, and I would echo Commissioner Seal's comments about one of those first things that we talked about, even when we go through the hiring process, the county administrator recognized the importance of these positions, and I think they have been just incredibly important to implement the visions of the community, and the policies that we make here wouldn't happen without it. There's a lot of planning involved, but then there's the doing, and there's a lot of our departments that are involved in that as well. And I think it's been a really nice consolidated effort, but the three of you really kind of really try to get that going, and I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the department heads out there that are recognizing the positions more and more every month, if you will. It's really important that everybody works closely together on that. I also want to echo the comments that you made about Feast, because they have just, talk about a community that has gotten rallied around. There's a CARES group up there too, but they provide funding for a lot of groups, including Feast. But that community is in need. If you go to Safety Harbor, if you go to Oldsmar, if you go to Dunedin, the CARES organizations are just swamped, like the rest of the county during these past couple of years especially. So, but they really are in need, and they have a facility requirement, and I certainly know that we'll be looking at that in the weeks, hopefully not months, but weeks ahead. But thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Next, we have a special districts update. Chris Rose.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Rose, I'm your Budget Director, and like everyone before me today, I'm excited to be here. This is effectively our first budget information session, our BIS meeting. We're going to hear from 5 of our special districts today. I'm going to introduce the first one, but we'll be back on the 15th, 16th and 17th, and again a week later, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, to bring our county departments, our appointing authorities, and our elected constitutional officers' budgets before you as well. So today kind of kicks all that off, and thank you for accommodating us. So, and Commissioners, it is not lost on me that we mentioned ARPA and the patients. So thank you. It is not for lack of trying, I'll say that. And actually, we're going to get it on the 21st. There's an agenda item that's coming that we're going to need some help. We're going to bring it before you for approval. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Cheryl Morales with the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative, and I'll get out of your way unless you have questions for me.
Well, since you brought it up,
Yes, sir.
on the 21st, you have an agenda item for us to approve on ARPA. Does that mean on the 22nd, the portal will open and applications will be, or what does that mean in the timeline of things?
So we're in direct negotiations to get the contract in place with the Pinellas County Foundation. And it is going to take a little time. The longest they would say is 30 days, but we're working to shorten that time as fast as possible right afterwards. We're actually designing the program right now ahead of the contract, ahead of your approval, so that we can hit the ground running as soon as possible. I don't have the exact time frame at the moment, though.
But right now, you're telling me it's July 21st, theoretically, that potentially before someone could, hopefully sooner, but July 21st, when we would start receiving applications.
No later than, yes, sir.
I think I'm right along with Commissioner Steele, maybe a little bit further along than Commissioner Steele is, as far as what we thought we'd be. And I know this is not your thing, but we were talking about, spending the money by March, I think is what we were talking about last year. And now we're into July before people can apply. I'll leave it at that. But I didn't know there was information sessions that I just heard about today for nonprofits that were interested in applying. I've been meeting with folks that are interested in this money and waiting for that money. I didn't know there was info sessions that they should have been attending. I didn't know to share that with them. So I don't know if I missed an email, but anyway, so again, you just happen to be at the microphone right here, right now, and I understand that, but just so that everyone else hears the frustration, because we're hearing it from the people in the community that want this money, need this money, want to get it rolling, and want to do what the program was supposed to do. Commissioner Gerard.
Well, I wanted to say the same thing. I've been reassuring people that there was no such meeting that they had to attend in order to be on the list. So I'm certainly hoping that's true. I thought they were input sessions, that we were collecting input from nonprofits like we asked.
So I'm going to have to circle back and find out what
Okay.
that meeting was. So it
Well,
was not
and
something that we implemented, so.
Okay, I mean, as we put this money out, please make sure that if people weren't there, that doesn't exclude them in any way, because
It won't.
nobody knew about it.
I think there's 4 votes up here to make sure of that. Commissioner Long?
Yes, and I would also like to say and ask my colleagues if just maybe it isn't time for us to get some congressional folks to lean on the departments that are taking their time getting all of this going.
Well, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair. So you're all very kind in saying it's not me, but I'm going to say the buck stops with me because we've been trying in OMB. So.
But trying with who?
I think we're
With
talking
ourselves.
about 2 different things.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
we
we're,
are.
we're not waiting on the federal government for this money. It is not them. It is us getting the help that we need to get it done properly in the community. That's what it really comes down to. We had tried a couple of different approaches that unfortunately did not turn out for us, and we have hit on a path that we're comfortable with now and will work for us, so.
All right. Commissioner
Yeah,
Eggers?
And just to add to that just a little bit, I am certainly hopeful that when we get to that point, that we have, I guess, a group that is going to not only listen to the directions, obviously, that we kind of give on June 21st, but that really connect, with what the needs are out there and what each of these large groups that are going to be applying and small groups that need guidance and help in this process. And like you said, I certainly hope it's not any of those previous meetings. It means that's all the direction they're going to get. So hopefully that's going to be a big part of this, to making sure that everybody has a fair shot at the process. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And if I may, Mr. Chair, no one is excluded. I want to make sure that is clear. And Feast is on our radar, so we're not going to miss that either. We know. But no, there has not been a chance to exclude folks, so no one is excluded at this point. But thank you for giving me a moment
Yeah,
to.
but not as worried about excluding them, but making sure that we're really there to help them when the portal opens. Then it's just like everything starts to fly, and somebody gets back to them 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later, and it just becomes a real nightmare for folks that are desperately needing some of the funds.
And I don't mean to go into the travails that we've been through, but we had started with a national for-profit that was going to help us with it, and we realized that wasn't going to work. It needed to be local. So it's been many steps, and I do appreciate your patience on it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
I'll let you escape. Cheryl, we're ready for you. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, County Administrator, and good morning, esteemed guests. I just want to say that I'm so happy to be here today, as usual, but especially because you had the presentations from your unincorporated liaisons. We've been working together really well, and I'm very happy that County Administrator created those positions and County Commission created those positions because Pinellas Public Library Cooperative was formed for that sole purpose as well. The 1990 interlocal agreement that was created by the Board of County Commissioners was put in place so that unincorporated residents of Pinellas County could use the city libraries and the two unincorporated libraries in Palm Harbor and Eastlake, so that anyone can use any one of the libraries in the county. So it's just a natural relationship that we have with Chris and Brian, also because they're on the PPLC Board of Directors. It's been a very exciting year at PPLC. Since the last time I saw you, we've lost 30% of our board, but we've gained 30% back in other people. So, and all through retirements. So Bill Horn, tragically retired a couple weeks before he passed away. And now we have Michael Delk, who's the Assistant City Manager for Clearwater. Doug Lewis, who was the City Manager for Pinellas Park, retired a few months ago and was replaced, the board position was replaced by his head of leisure services. So Angela Pietras is over the Parks and Rec and the library. And she was the library director before she moved into that head of leisure services position. So she's a really natural fit for the board. And then when Bill Berger retired, that's when we were able to have Chris Moore be added to our board, and he's been very valuable. And we'd been working together on the Lilman project since before Lilman opened, because we wanted to have a library component in the Lex, and we have special Lex library cards that allow people to access the countywide online databases, and we use that connection to promote the public libraries in the county and get those residents into a public library, because in the 32 years that PPLC has been in operation, I have not found any evidence that there's been a mass marketing project to inform unincorporated residents that they can have a library card. They might see the library tax thing on their trim notice, but that doesn't necessarily compute that they're allowed to get a library card. So we're working on that, our marketing department, and we're working with Barbara Hernandez with some videos that are being posted on the, is it the PCC channel? PCC TV. So we want to make sure that everybody in Pinellas County knows that they can go get a free library card. Except if you live in Kenneth City or South Pasadena or the Indian Rocks Beaches or the Reddingtons, then according to the interlocal agreement, you would have to pay $100 a year to access a library. So, in addition to the 3 board members, we had 3 major projects happen this year. We had a new flat roof, just finished up really 2 weeks ago. The flat roof was actually totally replaced. We engaged in a contract with a new courier service, and that might not mean much to you, but it means a lot to people who live in Tarpon Springs and want a book from South St. Pete, and they don't have to drive to South St. Pete to get their item. They get it shipped through the courier. And so about 1.5 million items a year move back and forth from one library to another to satisfy the needs of the patrons who are using those libraries. And the other big project that we're doing, I didn't know there was going to be a nonprofit organization ARPA grant opportunity. And PPLC is a nonprofit organization, and we will be eligible, and we'll think about something that we can use that for. But in the meantime, the state library had a large ARPA grant funding project, and we applied for a $22,000 program to continue something that we, and when I say we, I mean PPLC, and I didn't touch anything. PPLC and our member libraries work with community members who didn't graduate high school. They're over 19 years old and they never graduated high school. I don't know if you know anybody that's been through the GED program. I'm not doing that. It's not going back. I need help. Okay. Okay. So I don't know if you know anyone who's been through the GED program, but it's very difficult, and it costs a lot of money. You have to pay for your tests all along the way. You have to pay for the classes. With the Career Online High School program that the state library has been a huge supporter of, and the state legislation supported it as well, we're able to offer high school diplomas with career certificates to people free of cost. They normally would cost over $2,000 per person to get into that program if they did it on their own. But because we have this grant, this ARPA funding from the state library, we're able to offer it to 200 people in Pinellas County. We currently have about 30 people involved in the program, and that makes up 20% of students in the entire state of Florida who are currently enrolled in the Career Online High School program. And I think that's a pretty significant number that for a county geographically of our tiny size to have 20% of all of the Career Online High School students from here. Anyway, the other thing that we have going on, it's big to the people who work in the PPLC building on Cleveland Street, is the community redevelopment project it seems like it's been going on for 5 years, that we sit at our desks and shake like this. But we're very excited about the progress in the city of Clearwater and creating this downtown corridor space and extending downtown to our area. It's been wonderful to see things change over the 8 years that I've been there. So I just wanted to give you that brief overview of the past year since I've seen you last. And like I said, PPLC connects communities. We connect all the public libraries to each other and bring in the unincorporated residents of the county. And through that, we build a lot of community partnerships. I have kind of a long list to show you in a minute. And then PPLC runs services for the blind and deaf communities. And Pinellas County has the largest populations of blind and deaf people in the state of Florida, as you would probably imagine. PPLC champions lifelong learning, working with public libraries to encourage people to use the online platforms and the services that are provided by their member libraries. We're always working to improve organizational excellence, and we have done a lot to improve and revise our policies and procedures that have been in place for a couple of decades now. And we certainly love every opportunity that we can to support the growth and collaboration between the member libraries throughout the county.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Kind of relating to that. I know, I guess it's been some time since the dreaded late fees that works around the country. It seems to be a wave of getting rid of it. And it's so counterintuitive to me, I can't tell you, but as they said, that was my birthday today, and I'm getting older, so maybe I don't get it. But it has obviously hurt the two libraries in the north financially. But I guess what I'm getting at is really how has it worked in terms of encouraging folks to bring back things like on a timely basis? Just things that check out, you want them to bring it back. There's no fine, so they just keep them forever or something. I don't know. So how has that worked? Just
I have to say I'm not surprised to get that question from you, and I'm happy for it. It's hard to count data that doesn't exist. So all we have is anecdotal data from patrons who come in and bring back long overdue items and are over the moon with happiness, thrilled that they don't have the overdue fines that they used to have. So we're seeing items being returned that have been gone for a long time and things like that. So, people that were afraid to come back to the library because they had some overdue books. I still get people coming up to me in the grocery store saying, I have some overdue books, I have to bring them back to the library. And my reaction is, bring them back now because you don't have to pay any overdue fines. And just the surprise. I would have to say that the community is thrilled, just thrilled to not have that punitive dark cloud hanging over their head if they, lost a book in the cushion of the sofa, or their kid lent it out to a friend of theirs and they didn't get it back on time. The economic equity that's given to the community was the driving force for the library directors to make this decision. And it was a decision of the library directors. They came together and had a majority vote to make this fine-free. It's a national movement, and the library directors again, a majority, not unanimously, wanted to be on board with that national movement and create a more equitable community for folks who can't afford to pay overdue fines. They still have to pay for lost books or damaged books, but they don't have to pay for overdue items. Again, we can't pull data that doesn't exist. So we don't know, what,
I think I get what you're getting. I just,
Okay.
from my perspective, again, if there's a period that says, okay, bring your books back, no fines, let's get
Right.
all of that kind of back into the flow.
Right.
It just seems accountability is not that, it's not, it should be there for all of us, whatever it is. So
Oh,
there should be a way
absolutely.
to, encourage people on a regular basis. I'm not talking
Right.
about people who have let it go forever and need to,
Right.
maybe there's a way to discount, or maybe there's a way to, but I just can't get my hands around the fact that that's a good system to encourage
Yeah.
people to bring it back. I don't mean the ones that are in the queue now, but in the future. This doesn't make sense to me, but anyway.
I totally understand where you're coming from. And so when the library directors developed this policy, they did build in a mechanism that would encourage people to return their books on time,
Okay.
their items, I should say, because it's not just books anymore. And that is a 10-day grace period before your record is blocked. So if you don't get your items back within 10 days of the due date, you can't borrow anything else. And that means you can't go to Overdrive platform and download an ebook or listen to an audiobook. So I hope that makes you feel a little bit
I
better.
appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Seal.
And I'm glad Commissioner Eggers brought it up because I concur, and I didn't know this about the 10-day. It's interesting because I check out books regularly from the library, and I actually, I'm in a book club, so I finished it, loaned it to somebody else in the book club, and then I got notice that it needed to be returned, and I was like, oh, well, I guess in a way I don't have to worry about it because there's no more fines anymore. But I asked her to return it on time because that's what's in my
Right.
DNA.
Right.
And the way I was trained, and I just have an issue that I, do a free, fine day or whatever, once a year or something and encourage people to bring it back. But I think you're being punitive by not allowing them to check out anything else. So it doesn't really accomplish much. So, sorry.
Yeah, the words encouragement and punitive there can be a really fine line between the two, but this is where the library directors landed when they created the policy. They knew that they had to provide some mechanism that would make people bring things back eventually. So there is a 2 renewal period that's automatic. So if you have a book, unless it's a brand new book, that's a 7-day item or something. But if you have, a book about dogs that's been sitting on the shelf for a couple of years, you get it for 28 days, and then it automatically renews for another 28 days, and then it automatically renews for another 28 days if you don't bring it back. So then you're not getting blocked if you have that kind of stuff, but it's the high demand stuff that the libraries want back as soon as they can so that other people can borrow them. Because we have a holds ratio. For every 8 holds, we're supposed to have 1 copy in the system of in our electronic item collection. So if we have more than 8 holds, if some books, you wouldn't believe, the holds are in the hundreds, and we have to buy, 20 copies of this e-book or e-audio in order to satisfy all of the demand for those items. So those are the things that we want back on the due date, or as soon after as possible.
Commissioner Flowers had a question?
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great seeing you again. I had a chance to go up and spend a couple of hours with you and others, just trying to get to know, different parts of the county. And I will say to the group that I was really concerned after I heard some of the rationale of, for those individuals who did not support doing away with the fines, because for some of the smaller library organizations that don't receive the financial backing like others, for example, the city of St. Petersburg and its libraries, that was a way to generate revenue for them to be able to put resources back into their libraries. They were outvoted, and so, of course, there are no fines at all,
Right.
But the concern I do have for people who don't return things, for the higher price tickets, it's like the iPads and things like that. It wasn't just for the books. And I think they should be a little bit more responsible, because you have some people who can't afford those things, so they depend on the library to provide them. When they don't return them, you don't have them, or if they lose them, and then now you all have got to find a way to replenish or replace that particular item. So that's why I do support fining or blocking, I'm sorry, because they should be more responsible. I look at it as if someone came to my house and borrowed my iPad or my laptop and told me they were going to return it on a certain day and did not. Then that's inconveniencing me, so it's inconveniencing
Right.
other people who should have an opportunity to partake in utilization of those things. But I just wanted to share for the group. I did have a chance to go up and heard both sides of why we should keep the fines, why we shouldn't, what are the larger ticket items. But for the most part, most people have been, if I'm not mistaken from the numbers I was given, most people have been responsible. You just have a few that are not responsible. It's not like
Correct.
this huge percentage of people who aren't returning things and they're blocked. It's not a great number of people, because for the majority of persons who use the library system, they are being mindful and respectful of others who may want to check those items out.
Right.
But good job, because I shared with you all, I still
thank
like reading
you.
books.
Thank
I
you.
like to turn a page. I don't like I know the Kindle thing comes up. I'm working on my doctorate and they're putting a lot of stuff on Kindle. I'm ordering the books, because I just like turning the pages. I like highlighting. I like crimping the corner. I like putting my bookmarker in it. It's just something about the smell of books. So I like that. I prefer that. So thank you so much for what you do. And it also helps kids just get re-engaged in the mystery of reading and what comes off the
Yes,
pages. That's what I
yes.
like. So thank you.
Thank you
Mr. Chair.
very much, Commissioner, for your comments and your questions and your concerns. And I just want to say a couple of things. One, and I think Jean and Lois will back me up when I say we're okay with you putting bookmarkers in books, but we are not okay with you crimping corners of pages. Just I know.
I was sharing with Lois and others, like at the Enoch Davis Center Library, they have a wonderful collection of African-American authors. So I started with my daughter, and we would check out a book, the same book, we would read it, have our conversation. So now I do that with other young ladies, and that's just, so I don't do that to y'all books. I do that to, you will not see any of mine. I do that to the ones I purchase, but yeah, I do love books, just the.
That's fantastic.
Well, all this talk, all I can think about is the Seinfeld episode with Mr. Bookman. But as far as the data, I think, and I don't have a philosophical opinion on fines or no fines. I mean, you have the experts that know how this all works. But if a library's been collecting $25,000 a year in fines for the last 10 years, then we have some idea of what that data would be for the next 10 years too. So we have some idea of what that money would be if it's been pretty steady. If it's all over erratic, that's a different story. But if it's steady funds, then we do have an idea of what that
Right,
funds would be.
Right, Right, exactly. The other thing that I wanted to say about the vote, when it came up for a vote with the library directors, is that St. Petersburg was on board. Not only the library director being on board, but her boss, who's on the PPLC Board of Directors, was 100% on board. Again, because of the financial equity to their community members in the city of St. Petersburg. That was their big thing. We have another equitable program that we run, and it's called a 3 for Me card. So a lot of kids can't get to the library with their parents. They walk on their own. You know, you will see the Child's Park branch, not too many cars in the parking lot. In Clearwater, North Greenwood, no cars in the parking lot at all, but the library is jam-packed, full of kids. So we created this card about 5 years ago, where anybody under the age of 17 can come in and get a library card, and they can have 3 items out at a time from the children's collection. And it only includes books. It doesn't include DVDs or games or anything like that. And that's been very successful in creating an equitable playing field, getting kids into the library and getting books out to the children as well. So we're doing everything that we can and working with the public libraries to address all of their community needs. And as you know, every community in the county is so different from another. Like St. Pete Beach doesn't even have that many children in their community. And their population is mostly retired Europeans, whereas Tarpon Springs, of course, you know, is mostly people from Greece, and Pinellas Park has their Vietnamese population that they serve and try to print things in English and Vietnamese, while Clearwater has a large Hispanic population, and so they print things in English and Spanish, and we're so happy that the county marketing department prints everything in English and Spanish, so when we distribute materials to the member libraries, we know where most of the Spanish language stuff will end up. So, and so PPLC works, the team, and working together with the library directors, we work very hard to build community partners. I would say 8 years ago, the list that you're about to see was like 2 or 3 long. And now it's a scrolling marquee of community partners that we have and that we work very closely with and very well with. We're so happy to be working with the Juvenile Welfare Board on their grade level reading program, the United Way also on their literacy program. And the museum partners, I wish I knew how to pause this, but I don't. Heritage Village, I was so glad that the man that spoke first talked about the archives at the Heritage Village, because most people don't understand that the printed matter that they have in the archives is crucial to the historical development or understanding the historical development of Pinellas County. We are working with Heritage Village, and when I say we, I mean PPLC staff are working with Heritage Village to digitize their collection. God forbid a hurricane wipes through that area, or a tornado, we've been getting those lately, and cleans out their printed matter. If we have everything digitized, that we have redundant copies of everything, and we have them on several platforms. So we would still be able to access the rich history of Pinellas County that way. And then all of our museum partners, it's a two-way street. We get our library patrons get to go into these museums for free, and we help the museums market to the communities by posting on Facebook and doing other things to promote that you can, with your PPLC card, you can get a museum pass and go to Tampa Bay History Center for free, which is quite a cost savings for a family of 5. And all of our passes are for a family of 5, so 2 adults and up to 3 children from the same household. And our 2 most popular museums are the, I can't back it up, but it's the Exploration, Great Explorations in, but it's by Sunken Gardens, next to Sunken Gardens. That is the #1 popular one. And right now, the James Museum of Western and Wildlife Art is the 2nd most popular one. And I myself was in awe of their traveling collection. The last time I was there, they had an exhibit on the schools that they grabbed Native American children and made them go off to school there. The Holocaust Museum, you kind of don't want to go there, but when you do go there, you're really glad that you did. It's so powerful. And we really want to work with everybody in the county to make them understand how rich this county is in culture, and how it doesn't cost you anything to go to these places if you have a library card. So we also work very closely with Cooperative Extension. I know when Eastlake Library was closed during the pandemic, Lois held programs at Booker Creek. Was it Booker Creek? And other parks that are Cooperative Extension parks. One of our board members is the head of the Cooperative Extension. We work with our member libraries work with the elections office in that. Back in, it was about 1995, I remember I was working at the Sanibel Library at the time, and the state election office came down with this mandate that all public libraries had to be voter registration sites. So whenever someone registers for a library card, they're also asked, would you like to register to vote? So that's a thing that you can do at a public library. You can register to vote. And I don't want to steal Lois's thunder, but we have 2 libraries, and we're working on a 3rd library in the county where you can go get your passport renewed. So at the moment, it's Gulfport and Eastlake, and people are thrilled that they can go into a public library and renew their passport. And Lois's staff, Lois and her staff have developed a really pleasant experience for people to go and do something that's not always very pleasant to do. So I talked about Lealman Exchange and the Marketing and Communications Department. Move Safe Pinellas, we distribute materials about the Pinellas Trail and about trail safety and things like that. Because of the countywide courier that we have, if county departments bring us oodles of materials, we can get them out into every public library in the county through our courier system. So it works really well if you know anyone that wants to distribute materials. And then we work very well with Pinellas County Schools. We have their head librarian is part of our youth services group, and we work very well with coordinating services with them. So this is a kind of a big deal that was just made public last week, that PPLC's Talking Book Library won national recognition from the Library of Congress for services provided to blind and print-disabled residents in Pinellas County. And one of the main reasons that we were recognized for that service was because during the pandemic, we were one of only 3 talking book libraries in the state of Florida that didn't close. Most of the talking book libraries are in public libraries, and when the public library closed for 3 months, the talking book library closed. And then the regional library in Daytona had to close 3 times. And so we ended up serving the entire state of Florida during that pretty much like a 5-month period. And the staff just pulled together, worked really hard and made it work. Where we normally send out and receive about 500 talking books a day, it was up to 2,000 in and out, going out in the morning and coming in. So it was really quite amazing. And nice to be recognized nationally. And you know, the Deaf Literacy Center has been around for 20 years and works with the deaf community, deaf adults, children, and their families to learn how to communicate with each other and the greater deaf community. So back to the championing of the lifelong learning, that's what libraries, museums, and archives are really known for, being open to every age and supporting every age group in the community. Improving organizational excellence, we had a couple of notations on our last countywide audit, and we have been working with the board to rectify those situations, and most of them are policies and procedures that needed to be either updated or put in place. And so we've been working over the past couple of years to improve all the policies and procedures. The integrated library system policy was one that is kind of a sore spot because there's funding tied to that. That's kind of a long rabbit hole that you don't want to go down right now, but I'm happy to do it if you want to. And then created a new policy this year with the library directors, a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. And that has a lot to do with my position on the council of the Pinellas Race Equity Leadership Council, and also the challenges that we are facing, we libraries are facing from people who are not happy to see books about LGBTQIA issues, race issues, religious differences, you name it. And in the meantime, 3 years ago, the Gulfport Public Library won a National Medal of Honor as Library of the Year from the Institute of Museum and Library Services for their LGBTQ collections and services to that community. So we have this balancing act, you know, of making everybody happy, and it's becoming more and more impossible to achieve that. But we have a policy in place that basically agrees with the American Library Association's policy on equity and inclusion. So that backs up any challenges that people might make about a rainbow flag hanging in the teen area or a specific book that they don't want to see in the library. And I know that some of those wonderful communications have come through county administrator's office when they're not happy with what their city council tells them. They'll go to a city council meeting and the city council supports diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they're not happy with that, so then they go to a county administrator, or they might come to one of the county commissioners. I think Commissioner Eggers has fielded a couple of complaints. So that's an increasing ongoing battle. And so, as we talked about, the fine-free has been since October 1st. Libraries have done so well surviving and recovering from the COVID pandemic. We're still, with the online services that are available and in-house programming available in most library locations, not all, but most. The numbers are starting to recover, but still much lower than we were 2.5 years ago. We just keep trying and promote library services countywide. And we're doing the best that we can in this current situation, and every year we get better. And I'm so happy to have any questions from anyone.
Questions?
All right. Well,
Thank you very much.
very much.
We appreciate it. Next, we have from East Lake, Lois. Come on down.
I think we all need to stretch. Yeah. I was about to do my preschool story time stretching. All right, now, wait a minute. Okay. I've heard that copying is the highest form of flattery, and if you notice that the first slide, Cheryl, so. I didn't touch anything yet. All right. I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon now. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And thanks to Pinellas County funding and support during this fiscal year, East Lake Community Library has been able to come out of the pandemic a new and improved community and cultural center for the residents along the East Lake corridor. I'd like to begin by highlighting some of the proud accomplishments in 2022, and I guess this is how we move forward. Okay, now I believe in a little humor, all right? I think we need a little comic relief here. There's a lot of dry statistics and data and such, but okay, I tried to infuse a little humor here. All right, so we've come out of hibernation. I think we all feel like that bear after a long winter's nap, but we certainly weren't caught napping during the pandemic. You can see some of the accomplishments that we've done. We tried to make lemonade out of the pandemic lemons. I'm glad that Nancy had brought up about the feast. During the pandemic, one of the things we had done, we discovered that we have a food need in East Lake area. The food pantry was something that came out of the pandemic, but I did check back on our 2020 census figures, and unbeknownst to me, 8.12% of the residents in the East Lake community were below the poverty level. And that equates to almost 3,000 people. And I'm sure that number is higher now. Proof of this is the continued need for our food pantry. In fact, we recently added a refrigerator thanks to the generosity of the Friends, so we can now also offer perishable and frozen food. So the need is there, and I'm glad that we're able to help with that need. We have the feast container inside the library, but this is outside, available 24/7. The pandemic provided a catalyst for increasing our electronic resources budget for easy access from home. However, if you look at our statistics, the top numbers month by month are our e-resources. They average anywhere from almost 3,000 to over 3,000. But if you look at the bottom numbers, you see that we average still 10,000 or more books per month. I think that speaks volumes, excuse the pun, okay, of the fact that print materials are still in high demand. Our patrons still want their books, and we need to meet the needs of all of the demographics. So it's kind of challenging national trends of moving away from print materials. We have two issues, unfortunately, with the need for more print materials. Number one is our lack of space, our shelf space, which you can see in another slide that I have, but also the increased cost of print materials. The average cost of a print book has gone up 12% in the last year. So that costs a lot more when you think of the total number of books that we purchase. Of course, oh my goodness, of course, our biggest success story, as mentioned by Cheryl, is our passport acceptance facility. Now, just to correct one thing, we do not handle renewals. We only handle new passports. That's the way it is done at every passport acceptance facility. Now, the original intent of the passport acceptance facility was to help offset the loss of thousands of dollars from the change to the fine-free policy. But what we've learned is it also provided a unique service to the community that evidently was sorely needed. Since November, when we opened up the passport facility, we have actually processed over 400 applications. We have now been able to open up more hours, but unfortunately, okay, we cannot keep up with the demand. We are now booked a solid month in advance every month. So we are looking at perhaps offering some walk-in services, but remember, our passport agents are our staff members. 13 of the 20 staff members are licensed, certified passport agents, and they have other responsibilities, so we have to try to make sure we don't burn anybody out and they're able to perform their other tasks as well. Another success story was our locker system. Again, it developed out of the pandemic for contactless retrieval of materials, but it has been a huge success. We're averaging over 400 items per month being checked out 24/7. People can come anytime, day or night. It's well lit. Okay? They can retrieve their materials and be able to be on their way. I also have to say, knock on wood, we are very lucky, and we've had this for 18 months, and there hasn't been one problem, one glitch. We're the only library in Pinellas County that has this outdoor locker system, and I think it's well worth the investment. The people are happy, the patrons are happy, and it is not that difficult to utilize, so we're glad we've got it. Okay. Our numbers are slowly rising. That's me in 2021 at the top there, sitting all by myself, okay? And that's us now. No, not really, okay? Again, little comic relief. Before the pandemic, we were averaging about 9,000 or more patrons a month. We are slowly going up. We're now a little over 6,000 per month. I believe that the summer programs, now that we're having more in-person programs, especially the summer reading club, the summer school-age programs, and so on, will help to continue this trend. And again, in the winter, fall and winter months, we will be able to expand our programs. Inside out, that's the concept of extending the boundaries of the library beyond its walls and making use of outdoor space. We started with the Children's Garden a number of years ago, which was, by the way, with MSTU funds, and the idea grew from there as we ran out of space inside our building. As was presented by our liaisons, there's our tech deck. I have a mistake there. It was 2021 MSTU funds. Didn't catch that until the other day. We have an outdoor tech deck. That is a solar charging bench, okay, that people can come and use to charge their devices, whatever. And of course, we have a wheelchair accessible picnic table and so on there, and USB ports and outlets for people to be able to use when the library is closed or if just the weather's nice. We are looking towards FY 2023 now with ways of expanding our space even more. To the left is our old sheds that are getting torn down, and thank you, county commissioners. That's something what the new shed will look like. We are in the permitting process now. However, in addition to the shed being added, the Friends will also be providing a metal aluminum awning canopy on the adjacent cement pad. So we are going to be able to have a special events venue, an outdoor venue, because we have no more space inside. So we're looking at outdoor. We're not getting the swimming pool. You see a little swimming pool there. No, the staff wanted it, but I said, no, I don't think we could really afford that.
Lois, hang on one second. Commissioner
Sure.
Long has a question for you.
Yes.
Lois, I was intrigued when I was doing my homework yesterday and saw that structure that you have there.
Yes.
To me, it looks like a hazardous flying object, given tropical storms that we often have, and/or if there's a hurricane, so.
We have, we went out to bid, and this, again, this is the Friends project, okay? Initially, we were looking at a fabric awning, okay? And when we met with Boulevard Awning, which was the winning company that presented to the Friends, okay? First thing we asked was, canopies, awnings, what is the best thing? They recommended this. It is guaranteed for over 200 miles per hour. Okay, so hopefully we don't have anything that good. They are permitted. It's cemented into the ground with the footings and so on. It will be not attached to the shed, but adjacent to the shed, actually overhanging the shed, okay, to allow for the outdoor programs. If we got the fabric awnings, number one, the lifespan is not very long, and second of all, we would have to take on the expense of having people come to take it down and
Can
put
you
it
stand a
back
little
up.
closer to the microphone when
I'm
you're talking?
sorry. I thought my New York voice carried. Okay. So it is one of those structures, though, that because of the way it is installed, that it is guaranteed to be a lot safer than something that's not as well made.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Then who has the liability if, in fact, it flies
That,
around?
that would be covered under our property and liability insurance.
Okay.
Okay. One of our biggest initiatives this year, and there's nothing funny about a technology plan, I couldn't find any funny pictures for this, is to develop a viable technology plan. When we replaced most of our computers last year with MSTU funds, we realized that to properly prepare for the future, we needed a planned timeline of what had to be done moving forward and to find the funding to accomplish this. We have already received input from staff questionnaires and patron surveys, met with outside vendors and specialists, and created an inventory of hardware with a recommended schedule of replacements. Our technology committee has sought expertise from various sources in the field to be sure that we're examining all of our options. The final document should be completed by July with implementation over the next 6 to 8 months. This is one of the things that we are looking at for ARPA funding to help us with some of the technology updates, upgrades, and replacements. Although it seems like only yesterday that we completed our last strategic plan for the library, it was over 3 years ago. I know none of us have really aged. You can tell that lower left-hand corner picture there. Okay, we all look about the same, right? And especially the birthday boy here. But we will begin the process in the fall with all the stakeholders to be sure that the new long-range plan for 2023, 2020 to 2026 reflects the needs and wants of the community. The project will be completed by early 2023. A recent patron survey indicated that our residents want the amenities that other larger libraries can provide. We have no study rooms, we have no small meeting rooms or quiet areas for reading. As you can see, these photographs show how Eastlake Community Library has utilized every available square foot of space. My staff has achieved wonders by multitasking and taking on additional responsibilities. Nancy McKibben, our county liaison, has been a godsend as a sounding board and in helping us navigate through a maze of county departments as we try to resolve issues. County funding has helped with capital projects that might have been pushed aside due to the lack of funds. However, we can't fit the elephant in the teacup any longer, and I ask that you keep the modest second-floor expansion project as a priority penny for Pinellas project so that we can alleviate the overcrowded conditions that exist today at Eastlake Library. I thank you for your support and the millage rate that gives us the opportunity to continue to provide the programs and services to residents of Eastlake and the surrounding communities. Okay. Any questions?
What is your square footage now?
8,900 square feet.
And if you did the second floor, what would
What
that?
what we had done is we had scaled back our original plan, even though it would still keep us below the minimum requirements based upon our population, okay, we would be going straight up on top of the new addition. It would only be a 2,500 square foot addition, because we'd be going straight up. When we put the extension on in 2017, what we did was we did a flat roof with reinforced rebar so that we would be able to, it would be able to support a second floor. It would also give us the opportunity to move all of the office space to a second floor and redesign the main floor to make it all public areas. We also could have small meeting rooms and other spaces for the public on the second floor. Okay, we figured it's silly to ask for something that is not going to be financially feasible, you know, so many years down the road. $5 million was the original request. It's not going to get us the square footage. Plus, this way, we have a minimal environmental impact. We're going straight up. We're not going out. As you know, we're surrounded by wetlands. So this 2,500 square feet would make the difference. Also, it would still be within what the ratio is for parking, for existing parking spaces with the front parking lot that was added on as well. So we would still be within that ratio that was required for the amount of spaces needed for the square footage.
So you have about 9,000 square foot now.
9,000.
And that's acceptable for what population? Is there a form, I assume there's some,
The formula, the way the formula works is we should be having about 11,000 square feet more. So it's just, I mean,
okay.
that's in the realm of dreamland. So, you know, we come back to reality. Okay, we have made do, you know, with what we have. I mean, certainly the addition was a necessity. It wasn't even a want, it was the need at that point. But I think, you know, just the 2,500 square feet more going straight up would give us the opportunity to take care of the basic needs of the staff, of the patrons, and to be able to satisfy, you know, those requests that we're getting from the public. One perfect example is we did have 2 study rooms. They first were moved out to make room for a children's office, okay, and now in the new location they were at, they had to be removed to make room for the passport office because we had to find a way to generate more revenue to offset the loss of the overdue fines. So.
further questions? Thank you very much, Lois. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Next up, Palm Harbor Community Services, Jean and Erica. And commissioners, we do have food on the way. Anticipating that Erica was going to take longer than her allotted time.
Love you, man.
Well, we love this team effort, right, Erica?
Yeah, we do.
Ladies first.
So Commissioner Justice has promised to abuse me like Commissioner Welch used to, so don't let me down. First and foremost, thank you. It's amazing in the 19 years that I've been a part of this agency to see the growth between the county partnership and FIXA. Because when I started, a lot of people in the county were like, FIXA who? And I will say that the partnerships that I have had the blessed pleasure of dealing with, it goes from the bottom of your staff to the top of your staff. There isn't anyone in between Barry Burton to probably a janitor I might meet in the hallway that is not willing to help us. So I can't thank you enough for creating the culture of partner because it has definitely benefited the residents of North County significantly. And I apologize for the voice, but summer camp started Tuesday, and a squirrel thought it would be really funny to pop a transformer so we didn't have power with hundreds of kids. So yeah, I won't get my voice back till about August. You're welcome, Charlie. So, speaking of partnerships, I think Nancy mentioned the CEO of the chamber being such an advocate for partnerships and harboring, working together. He actually was the Easter Bunny this year for the residents of Palm Harbor. In my 35 years in Palm Harbor, I would have never guessed that the CEO of the chamber would have done that. And Dean's been a great addition to helping, working all the different organizations in our area. We hosted our regular programming this fall for the first time in 2 years. We had our Halloween carnival. Within 3 months, we had a Halloween carnival, a Touch a Truck event, tree lighting, and our holiday hometown parade. I would say thousands of people came out to each one of those events. I know a couple of you were able to participate, but it was great to see the community out in strong numbers, enjoying our community again. Speaking of partnerships with your staff, we ran into an issue last year with our aged building that Nancy mentioned earlier, and I don't even know how many departments came out to our rescue and helped us mitigate it so that we could continue to utilize it for our summer camp program, which is a vital part of our financial need and our community's need for childcare. So that, I think it was 6 different departments that came out to help me. So again, appreciate that fostering of partnership. I know it's been said before, but I never want to miss an opportunity to thank you and make sure Mr. Burton knows that I thanked him for creating the 3 liaisons, because it makes all the difference in the world of getting things done. We can talk about projects till, the cows come home, but having Nancy in North County actually gets periods at the end of the sentence, and she tries to corral me and keep me in check. So it's a full-time job, right, Nancy? So she was definitely a missing piece for us in North County. Last fiscal year, due to a huge impact on outdoor usage due to COVID, we had to invest almost $100,000 in, I know this is going to sound funny, grass. We had more use in our outdoor facilities than ever, and then price increases. So this year, we got in front of it and have done some things proactively that we hope we don't revisit that this month. Have a meeting next week to find out how much we'll invest in grass. But our outdoor numbers have soared as well as indoor numbers again, but it was definitely a part of the recovery from COVID to have outdoor spaces for families to go during the times when kids weren't allowed in school and allowed in libraries and community centers. It was definitely a added bonus to have that space to offer for mental health purposes as well, because there were people cooped up going absolutely stir crazy. Some of the enhancements we've been able to accomplish this year, because of the MSTU grants, we were able to use a little bit of our operating money for some other things. We resurfaced our tennis courts at Putnam and added pickleball courts. And for those of you who don't know, ask Commissioner Justice. He knows that game very well and is very competitive at it, but it's an up-and-coming sport in the state of Florida, and we can never have enough courts, because I know our partner next door, the YMCA, also added 4 pickleball courts this year as well. We added 4 security cameras to Pop Stanzel, which is one of our cute little community parks, but it's also a very isolated dark park that seems to be the recipient of some damage, but the cameras seem to be putting that at bay. We also engaged with someone, I think he's at Philippi Park as well. It's a company called Paddle, and they install a kiosk with 4 paddle boards on it. You can go with a debit or credit card and utilize a paddle board for the day out at Pop Stanzel. So it generates a tiny bit of revenue for us, but it also creates, for someone who might drive a Volkswagen, can't put a paddle board in it, they can go down and swipe a debit card and go out on the intercoastal. So I know they're making their way throughout the state. I know they're in South County. I know they're at Philippi Park and Pop, and they're moving north and east from what I've understood. We also had our HVAC project completed at Harbor Hall and Whitechapel with our partnership with the county. So those units have been replaced. And we've added 2 more feet to our Christmas tree. So make sure you'll be able to see it from maybe Alt 19 this year. We're not sure. We truly have benefited from the MST projects. Like I said, our funding source from the property taxes was always intended since 1985 when it was elected or voted in to support operations. It was never meant to support capital. We have done a job, my staff has been phenomenal to help capitalize some of those operating funds. So in anticipation of the new community center at 1550 16th Street, we are looking in and getting a site survey done and prepared to put was going to be a temporary portable situation for programming under construction, a steel building to create as a permanent asset going down the road. And that's going to be utilized. Funds will be, well, I'm not going to say the word ARPA, but we have the funds in our capital account that we've prepared for this moment for the last 15 years, hoping this construction would happen if ARPA doesn't come through for us. I did want to tap into the feast conversation a little earlier. I sit on their board now, and I will say that I met a family, Sutherland Elementary. For those of you who don't know that, my kids all went there. It's North Pinellas, great, very lucrative area of the county. Lost their home because the rent went up so high they couldn't afford it, and they're coming to Feast now. So it is a global problem. It isn't just your area of the county anymore, sir. It's everywhere, and Feast needs assistance more than ever. We're having a contest with the YMCA at the end of the month. We're collecting cereal, and we're going to do, if you've ever seen it, a cereal train. We hope weather will cooperate from the Y down to CSA with cereal boxes and donate all the cereal to Feast. So if you have a donation, we have a bin at the Eastlake Library. We have one at the Community Center of cereal boxes. We'll take them all month. That's going to happen on June the 30th. If you didn't receive the information, I think most of you did, we're having a Hurricane Expo tonight at Harbor Hall, because apparently I like to do everything in one day, and took the challenge on. It's going to be great. We've got a generator to give away. We've got a company coming in bringing a TV to give away. A lot of our county partners are coming out. I know Salvation Army's coming, Red Cross is coming. They're going to bring their little portable kitchen and cook something. The other thing I just wanted to say in nearing the end of this lovely speech that you're enjoying my fabulous voice, we moved all of our programming around to accommodate hundreds of kids every week. It was in the beginning 8 years ago, when we started our day camp, we said, the revenue will be great. And it is, don't get me wrong. It allows us to do a lot of free things like a Hurricane Expo or tree lighting, our senior programming that costs free or little amounts of money. But it became apparent during COVID that seniors were left out in the cold a lot. So this summer, it was my most important endeavor to find space. So yesterday, we moved our bingo board over to Harbor Hall, because we're going to have bingo before we have a Hurricane Expo, because it is so important for people to have community. And the summer camp program that once was a plus to our budget became a huge necessity during COVID, because a lot of places closed daycares and preschools and didn't reopen. We had a wait list starting in April. We sold out 110 spots in our day camp. We have 75 half-day camps that allow parents at least half a day to get to work. So when I say we need the space, we do need the space. When I say we need to figure out how to take care of our kids, we do. So I can't thank you guys enough for listening to me cackle on. I will make my official, please continue to support that $250,000 for recreation and library services, and I will not cackle any longer, Commissioner Justice. Any questions?
Thank you very much, and now your Fix-It board member will know not to crowd the net. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying, he almost took out one of my staff members going after the ball. I'm just saying, so.
Questions for Erica?
Don't, he's very competitive. Don't let the tie fool you.
All right. Gene?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Erica, for everything.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gene Capola, Library Director at Palm Harbor Library. And first of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for your past financial support. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to do the things we are doing. It was mentioned before about the ad valorem taxes. Yes, we do receive that, but as you well know, most of it is for operational. We have very little for capital projects. So when we receive the MSTU funds from you for our capital projects, believe me, it is appreciated. It may not be the most exciting thing that we've done, but we do need reflooring. And through your efforts and through your support, we've been able to do that in the children's room, adult services, and other areas. So thank you for that. We really appreciate that. I just want to give you some updates on some of the things we've done this past year, which I think is kind of interesting. And a lot of the projects that we've been able to do, we've been very, very fortunate. Besides the MSTU support that we received from you, the ad valorem taxes, we also receive a lot of private dollars. We're very, very fortunate in that regard. And because of that, we've been able to reinvest a lot of those monies into a lot of facility and program upgrades. One of them is as Commissioner Eggers well knows, he was a star celebrity for us, is the drive-through window. That thing is just wonderful. COVID, one good thing about COVID, if there was any one good thing, is that forced us to think in different ways on how to do business now and in the future. And for libraries, a lot of it was to pick up material. You call up, you go outside, you drop off the materials at the car. Well, we took it the next step further. We were very fortunate to have that space, and then we installed the drive-through window so people can just come through. It really worked out very well for safety, for security, for convenience, and so forth. So that really worked out. We also had recently, through your past efforts through the MSTU funds, as you may or may not remember, several years ago, we were able to purchase a van, a library vehicle for the library. And one of its great, and we use it for several things, but probably one of the greatest usages that we have is that, talking about partnerships, we're in partnerships with Neighborly Care. So every Friday, one of my staff members and myself, or other staff members, we partner with Meals on Wheels. So we go out into the community and we provide that kind of service because they were looking for it. Unfortunately, Neighborly Care really lost a lot of volunteers during the COVID. We were able to step up and fill a partial amount of that void, and that's been very, very gratifying. Some of the other things that we've been able to do is to get a new digital road sign that when people say what's happening in the library, for us, we're very fortunate that where we're located, right on Nebraska Avenue. And that thing, by word of mouth and that road sign, those two things, it really spreads the word out besides social media. So we've been fortunate to get that installed. One of the things that we did recently to try to raise some funds for the library, I will tell you that it was very successful. We'll probably never do it again because of the amount involved. But we had, and to the best of my knowledge, we are the only library that ever had a 13-hour telethon. For those of you who may remember Jerry Lewis, we had it from like about 9 a.m. to I think about 10 p.m. on a Saturday night. We had all kinds of live and recorded acts. The staff were really great. They told me afterwards, I don't want to do it again. But it was those 13 hours, we raised $13,000, and it was just absolutely wonderful. And for some reason, I kept getting phone calls from one of my staff members' husbands that would be willing to pay me $250 if I put a pie in somebody's face. I took it, and we did it twice. It was wonderful. I don't know if we'll ever do it again, but I'm glad we had the experience. It made us more aware of the technology. It brought the staff together a little bit more, and we made some money for the community. Went right back into operation, so I think that we really worked well. April 13th, believe it or not, we celebrated 44 years of service to the community. 44 years. And we had an open house, and we had just under 250 people show up. It was fantastic. And the best part of it, we had families that came in that we never saw before, which I think was part of the whole reason why we did that. For those of you who have never been to one, I would suggest you may want to come next year, because probably one of the highlights of the evening was the infamous wine toss, which there was a line going out the door. It's like you put these bottles on this the three-tier stand, you have all the bottles there, you get these little rings, and you get the ring over the bottle, you get the bottle of wine. I don't know why, it was probably one of the most popular events all night long, and people were very happy about that, and so was I. Coming up in 23, a couple of things I'd like to talk about. We are I've always been proposed a moment of the library being an art-centric community. We are very art-centric. We promote and support the visual and the supporting arts, and performing arts. There are two things we're going to be partnering this coming year in 2023, which I'm really excited about. One, we are in negotiations now with the Florida Orchestra to come up to the library to do lectures, presentations, performances, programs, and we are really excited about that, and it's going to go throughout the entire year. Part of it's going to be paid by them, part through our library, part through some of the friends in the foundation, so that's really going to be terrific. And another, we're in discussion now with the Lipa-Ratney Museum of Art, possibly having some of their artwork rotate out the library, so you'll be able to see that too. We have other things lined up, but that just gives you an idea of what we're looking at in the near future. One of the things, though, that I'm going to be tackling, I've started now, Texas. Texas can happen anywhere. And we are looking at reviewing and upgrading and expanding all of our safety security measures. We are vulnerable just like everybody else, and I'm preaching to the choir. I know you all know that. I just wanted to let you know that we are taking steps, I mean all of us in FICSA, we are all taking steps now to try to improve the safety and security of our facilities. Where some of us are going to be taking some extraordinary steps, they're in the process right now. There's not much we can say at this point, but I want you to be aware we are cognizant of it, and we are moving forward in that direction. The last thing I just want to mention to you is more of a global comment about public libraries. For those of you who may not know, I've been involved with public libraries close to 40 years. I started my schooling in Brooklyn, so if there's any way to start a schooling, it's in Brooklyn. You learn a lot over there. And what I've learned about public libraries, it's more relevant today than ever before. It's unfortunate that we live in such a divisive society, but what's wonderful about public libraries is that we are the great neutralizer. We're one of those institutions that can step forward and help anybody. We don't care who you are, where you are, what you're from, whatever. We don't care. And there's no fee to come in through our doors. You're supported by tax dollars. We will treat you on who you are and whatever you are. And I think that's a wonderful thing, because when you come into the public library, you should be safe, secure, and know that you will be supported regardless of who you are. We recently did a survey, and one of my favorite comments I have, and it's on a banner outside the library, and I'm going to paraphrase it. This person said, "I love coming to the public library because I can be myself. I can be a nerd." And I think that was so wonderful to hear. Public libraries, I think, unfortunately, are not as cherished or as recognized as they should be. If I didn't feel this strongly about it, I wouldn't be sticking around for 40 years. So I ask you to be mindful that public libraries don't end when your kids stop going to school. We offer so much more, on-site, off-site, online. And sure, I could have left years ago to make more money elsewhere, but, for some of us, it's a calling. Questions I can have, Ted can answer for any of you.
Questions?
Well, thank you for your time, and I appreciate all your support. Oh, and yes, please approve our quarter mill. Thank you very much.
All right. Next is Mark Saunders, East Lake Rec.
Good afternoon. So, East Lake Recreation Service District, we're the newest member of the FIX organization. I've been here since February of 2015, so 7 years now already. So first, thank you, Pinellas County, for support, and we're grateful for the .25 millage that we received last year to help operate and develop the East Lake Recreation Services District. There's a few facts about our East Lake community. 2020 census, about almost 32,300 people. Family households make up approximately 70% of that. And East Lake is a growing community with many young families in need of recreational services. Now, since 2020, I think that population has even gone up 2 to 3%. East Lake Recreation is predominantly a youth sports facility, although we do have some adult activities as well. It's predominantly youth sports. And at our campus, there's 3 main user groups. That's our football and cheerleading, and they provide tackle football as well as flag football and cheerleading. We also have youth baseball, anywhere from ages from 4 to 16. We have soccer, both recreational and club soccer, softball, and lacrosse. And recently we added 2 sand volleyball courts. Our usage is approximately 3,000 youth participate in organized sports at East Lake each year. And yearly estimate of attendance to the facility, dropping kids off, watching their practices, grandmas watching games, tournaments, folks every day just coming to use the facilities, between 200 and 300,000. So our dollars at work, what has the ad valorem dollars made it possible for East Lake Recreation to do? It's made it possible for several infrastructure improvements that were noted at the beginning when the busloads of young kids came in here and asked the county commissioners for the ad valorem dollars back in before 2014. And once that was done, we were able to come up with a a plan of a 5-year plan, and we've addressed many of those issues. The facilities were aging, and many of the infrastructure needs were great, electrical, irrigation, parking, lots of different things. So a few of the things that we did infrastructural improvement-wise were we put a concrete driveway in our Meadows facility. We added new electrical transformers and central panels to make, for the whole facility. We added new LED field lighting at the main complex, irrigation, and we provide a turf care plan that helps us maintain a safe and durable playing surface. And as I mentioned earlier, we added 2 sand volleyball courts, and we partnership with East Lake High School. The girls team have a sand volleyball team that is now it's a sanctioned high school sport, so they use that for their practices and games as well. Our short-term plans at East Lake Recreation are to maintain a consistent operating cost and budget and bank for money for infrastructure capital projects. And currently, we're banking about 30%, and hopefully we'll put that towards our next big project. We look for growth of additional recreation, sports, leisure programs for East Lake residents, and we're developing a master plan for the Meadows. And we want to possibly convert a natural grass field to a synthetic turf field. Our long-range plans are to add ADA restrooms at the facilities at the Meadows, and possibly new fields and structures at the Meadows, including just some ideas, tennis courts, basketball courts, playgrounds, roller hockey rink. Our immediate needs are parking. And everybody has heard me from day one talk about parking. And our area out there it's pretty unique because we're surrounded by preserves and wetlands, and we're in a wellhead protected zone as well. So we're really limited on what we can do. But we're very fortunate this year that, and I think Nancy mentioned it a little bit earlier about Paul Kazi setting some money aside to help us look at getting some solutions to our parking issues. And we have hired a consulting firm, PSG firm, to help us do that. And not only are they going to help us try to figure out a parking solution, but they're also going to help us try to figure out how we can best make use of the Meadows area. As I mentioned before, there's wellheads on there, there's cypress heads, and you have to piecemeal everything into those spots to try to figure out how to do it. And so the consulting firm hopefully will give us some options to move forward in that. So stay tuned for that. And of course, since I've been here, the need is for a new office building. Because as one of my heroes, Matt Foley, motivational speaker, says, I work in a trailer down by the river. Well, that's seriously, in conclusion, I'm excited about the possibilities that lie ahead in the development of the facilities, and I look forward to working on those in the future. And I thank the commission for their support, and I ask that they approve the 0.25 millage rate for fiscal year 2023. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mark. And it seems like you've been here forever, but it really was just a few years ago that we approved that East Lake Rec plan, and the mothers in the room laughed me out of the room because I didn't know there was such a demand for lacrosse. But we appreciate everything you've done to bring it to where we are today. So questions for Mark? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just a comment, kind of like the frustration of our 501c3 program that we've talked about earlier today, that we just keep waiting and waiting. And parking has just become, before you got there, I mean, obviously it was a major issue. It's continued to be a major issue. It never goes away because we can't come up with a creative solution out there. And I would just continue to press not only you and your team, but also our staff to be as creative as possible. There is a desperate need out there, and it really helps the community. In the long run, it helps the community. The immediate adjacent neighbors will be very appreciative of not having parking on their streets, lining all the way up and down. So it is a major issue, and we continue to hopefully find that solution as soon as we can.
Thank you. We'll keep hammering away at it. And I will say that they did, wasn't aware of this project, but they did resurface Old Keystone Road out there and just completed that project. And road isn't any wider, but it's resurfaced, and so it doesn't have potholes and bumps and cracks and everything, so that's nice. So if you haven't been out there, take a drive out. It's a nice little area, and it's teeming with wildlife out there as well. So it's kind of fun to have that to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have from Featherstown Community Services District, Mr. Kevin Chambers. Kevin, thanks for hanging with us today.
Yes, of course. Thank you for having me. And before I even get started, I know people from the library, just want to let you know my 4-year-old is on summer school right now, so she's with my mom today, and they went to the library, and I think they found the limit of books you could check out is 50. She wanted to get that many, so yeah. Anyway, good afternoon. So my name is Kevin Chambers, and I'm here to present an update on the Featherstown Community Services District and our budget request for fiscal year 2023. Get this going. So our charge is to maintain, develop, and improve through ad valorem taxes the green spaces and recreational areas in our community. Our board is made up of 7 members in the Featherstown community that have been appointed by you, and I think they would all agree that they say thank you for their appointments. We have a chairman, a secretary, a treasurer, and then 4 at-large board members. We meet regularly to discuss finances, community improvement projects, and of course to hear community members' comments. One of the largest expenditures we have, and what we do is maintain all the green spaces around the community and Featherstown Drive. It's almost a 3-mile loop. I'm a runner, and I know I run around that multiple times, so I know exactly the distance just about. So all the easements around the drive up to and including the entrance sign, and then of course at the Earl Mays Recreation Area. We maintain all the tree trimming, mowing, insect control, especially here at the children's play area. We also lease streetlights from Duke Energy, and last year, just as I believe I was doing this presentation, we were nearing the completion or just about had finished. We updated all the light poles around the community to LED lamps. So it's a lot brighter at night, definitely safer, and just makes the community look pretty nice at nighttime here. So some major community improvement projects we've been going through. I know I spoke last year about the main entrance sign as it was going through a renovation, and you can kind of see some of the progress here. That kind of middle picture there with the faded yellow and the green text is the old sign, and then right above it was the rendering of the new sign. And then just finally we finished up a soil stabilization project and got all the landscaping complete. So those 2 pictures at the bottom are the final project. That one is complete. It did take over 2 years to do, but I've actually heard a lot of good things about it, and people really like it. It's definitely pretty cool. We're proud of that one. We also had our basketball courts redone last year, and we've actually had people come to our meetings and say how much they like them. We didn't really know how much of an impact that would have, but we've heard people say some of the nicest basketball court they've ever played on. And so there was a request from a community member to install some lights there. So you'll see these pictures. We had some lights installed there. They're on a timer to keep with park hours, and this time of year, it stays light out pretty late, so they're not getting a ton of use. But as we kind of go into the fall and winter and it starts to get darker earlier, we're pretty excited to see people will be able to play out there when it gets a little bit darker. You heard Brian talk earlier about the community dog park that I know I've talked about for a couple years here too. So we received a grant and we're able to put in a dog park. We had it installed, and you can see the pictures here of the progress. This is, it was nearing completion at the time of this presentation when I put it together. And its current form, it is done. And as Brian said, we're kind of looking to see what other types of enhancements we can put here, like a shade structure or some water fountains for the dogs and humans as well, I guess. We have them out there by the basketball court, so we were thinking it'd be a good thing to have over here for the dogs as it gets kind of hot out there. So for 2023, no millage increase. We'd like to keep everything the same. The $235K is no change from fiscal year 2022 to support all of our expenses in 2023. We feel we can maintain with the same amount of money everything we've been doing and still be able to have some funding for some community improvement projects that are currently being discussed. Nothing's been decided aside from the island medians landscaping along Feather Sound Drive. Those are all being refreshed with new landscaping to match the main entrance signs, so you kind of get the same look and feel as you drive into Feather Sound. So that is my presentation. Thank you so much for everything you do to support us. I really appreciate it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions?
Love that project out front. It looks so great.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And always remember that the MSTU grant program is out there for some of those needs that you all have coming down the road.
Awesome. It's good to know. I'll take it back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. We appreciate your time today.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
All right, commissioners. We anticipate 1:15. Lunch would be here about 1:15, so that's 25 minutes. Would you like to just jump in on the agenda review and do agenda item number 8 and see if we can't knock that out before lunch?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know about anyone else, but I need a break. Some people on this board have medications they take, and they need to take it with food. And secondly, my blood sugar is way down, which makes me very cranky.
All right.
No, I actually brought my lunch because I did not know we were going to have pizza today, so.
Well, we weren't
thank
planning
you.
on it. We are going much longer than I think anyone anticipated.
Seriously.
Everything's taken a little longer. I don't know that we knew that we were going to talk for an hour on Pinewood this morning, but we can certainly take a 10-minute break and then come back. We're gonna have lunch here at 1:15. So you can take a 10-minute break, have a snack.
Thank you.
All right, let's do that. Come back at 1 o'clock. Pinewood was self-imposed. We did that to ourselves. I love It was With your indulgence, I think we'll come back to order. With your indulgence, we'll do the agenda review. We'll jump to item number 8, and let's talk about that. Madam Administrator.
Sorry, Commissioners, item number 8 for Tuesday's agenda is ordinance relating to Chapter 14 of the Pinellas County Code relating to animals, specifically regarding the retail sale of dogs and cats in Pinellas County. You've had the benefit of briefings, I believe, from our Animal Services and Lourdes's team. We have a very brief presentation that we'd like to have Doug Brightwell just cover for you today in lieu of doing so on Tuesday so that you can conduct your business on Tuesday without this particular level of detail unless that's your direction. It would not be our plan to recommend or to do so on Tuesday. But you may want to wait and see what Doug has and then make that call. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Doug Brightwell, Pinellas County Animal Services. As you know, this issue was brought to y'all back last year by some advocates within the community, and you asked us to go and research the pet breeding industry and the pet sales industry and come back to you with some information. So that's where we are today. Some of the information we're going to cover in this presentation is we researched the USDA Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, which is the arm of the USDA that oversees this industry, some consumer protection issues, some information on jurisdictions within the Tampa Bay and the Florida area, and then some options for ordinance updates. The APHIS Animal Care Unit is the division of the USDA that's responsible for licensing and inspecting commercial dog breeders. There are 2 types of commercial dog breeders. There's a Class A breeder, which only deals with the animals they breed and raise. And there's a Class B, which they are brokers, random source dealers, and operators of auction sales of dogs and other animals. As you can see from this map, there are about just over 2,800 licensed Class A breeders in the U.S. and just over 700 Class B breeders in the U.S. The 10 states in orange are the states with the highest number of licensed pet dealers in the United States and their territories. There are just a very few number in Florida. The USDA Inspector General issued 2 audit reports on the APHIS Animal Care Unit regulating dog breeding industry in 2010 and then a follow-up in 2021. They had a list of issues that were found originally in 2010, and again, most of them had not been corrected in 2021. There are minimal standards in place, and there's minimal enforcement action in place. The enforcement processes are ineffective against large-scale dog breeders. The inspectors do not cite or document violations properly. The APHIS penalty worksheet, which is what the inspectors use to calculate the penalties for violations, calculate minimum penalties, and they misuse those guidelines to lower penalties for dog breeders. Some breeders have circumvented the Animal Welfare Act by selling animals online. They did close that loophole in 2013 by requiring that pet dealers who sell animals online have to get a USDA license and be approved by the USDA. So that one loophole has been closed since 2010. There's minimum work being done to enforce the Animal Welfare Act, and there is a lack of organization by the USDA.
So that report, you said there was one in 2021 and 2010?
2021, yes, sir.
So in the 10 years, the 2 reports basically line up with the same findings?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the next slide is an Inspector General summary statement in the 2021 report. And I quote, "They found that APHIS did not consistently address complaints it received or adequately document the results of its follow-up. It occurred because APHIS does not have a documented process for resolving complaints and recording the results of the agency's actions. As a result, some dog breeder facilities may be conducting regulated activity without a USDA license or oversight. Therefore, APHIS is not able to ensure the overall health and humane treatment of animals in these facilities. Their own Inspector General has said what they're doing is insufficient to protect animal welfare."
So I could have a sticker on my window of my business saying I'm USDA certified, et cetera, and they may never have inspected me, or it's been years, or
Yes, sir.
or they may have fined me and I just didn't pay anyway. And
That is correct. And they've changed their system. They're no longer guaranteed annual inspections on any facility. If you have had a inspection and you don't have any issues, they may come back in 1 year, they may come back in 2 years, they may come back in 3 years. So it's a very unpredictable and insufficient system.
That's all right.
We did months of research, we did some data analysis, we gathered sources of information from, we've got boxes, reams of paper. And our support basically agrees with the USDA Inspector General. They are not adequately regulating the dog breeding industry, and they're failing to safeguard health and welfare of the dogs being produced by that industry. It's an unacceptable system at this point. Then we looked at the state level. The Department of Agriculture for Florida doesn't provide any additional protections for the dogs being transported into the state of Florida for sale. They require that the official certificates of veterinary inspection, which is a mouthful, on each dog be submitted to the state for record keeping, but that's pretty much all they do with it. We actually did a public records request to the State Department of Agriculture for CVIs on the animals being sold at the pet stores here in Pinellas County. And the response we got back was they keep the CVIs for about 30 days and they organize them by the state of origin. So we wouldn't be able to get a request from a store locally. We'd have to know which dogs came from which states and then look through the files that way. So it was we didn't get any information from the state through that method. They also have little protection for consumers with the pet lemon law, statute 828.29. There's basically no enforcement if there's a complaint from a citizen to a pet store. They can agree to mediate and resolve the issue. If there's no agreement, then on a rare occasion, the state can refer the case to the state's attorney general for possible action. And the only one done in recent time is a pet store over in Orlando in the Orange County area that has got a case being under investigation because of a track record of selling sick puppies. So there's really no consumer protection for the citizen through this pet lemon law statute. Currently, there are 75 Florida jurisdictions and 5 states that have a complete retail ban on the sale of commercially bred dogs and cats. This shows you the municipalities here in our area. And Largo has some stores in the city, and they have a little bit stricter code on it than we do here in the county.
The counties that put a complete ban, did they have a 1-year transition? Did they have a 2-year transition? Did they,
Most of them have done a 1-year transition. Hillsborough and Pasco went a different route. They initially passed an ordinance grandfathering in existing stores and then adding further regulations, and then came back. Pasco had 1 store only, and after that owner died or went out of the business, I think he has passed away now. That store closed, so they now have banned all new pet stores coming into the county. In Hillsborough, it was, I don't know if it's 1 or 2 years after their original change, they went back and changed their ordinance to ban the retail sale and gave them, I think, 12 months to stop selling and go to a different model of sales.
Commissioner Eggers has a question.
You just said banning pet stores. You're just talking about the ones that sell dogs
Yes,
and cats.
they're banning the commercial sale of dogs and cats.
Okay, all right.
Not necessarily banning stores,
Right.
because stores can sell other things
No, I get
besides
it,
just
I
dogs
get it.
and
We'll
cats.
make sure that, I got that.
And so Manatee is giving them 12 months. They were the most recent one. I think Orange is doing the same thing as well.
And we are just talking, well, I'll let you continue, and then
Okay.
we'll get to questions at the end.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Flowers.
Yes, ma'am.
Microphone.
Are rabbits included in that ban?
We are not including rabbits in this discussion. We didn't have enough data or historic information on the sale of rabbits in the county. So we're not bringing rabbits into this discussion at this time.
And interestingly enough, I had not seen any rabbits in the community throughout this whole process. But I'm at my brother's house over the weekend, and a rabbit's hopping across his backyard. So weird.
Must be a sign.
Yeah, that's. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
So we are bringing forth one option, which is to ban any new pet stores from opening in Pinellas County. The existing pet stores are all permitted and inspected by us currently. So we would grandfather those stores in, but this ordinance does bring forth some significant additional regulations on those stores. And we also would ban any expansion of the existing stores or any relocation of the existing stores.
Commissioner Peters.
So you just said it's going to be banning the sale of cats and dogs, but now we're not going to allow them to expand their business.
They can exist within the current footprint, but they couldn't expand
So
their.
if
A second
they-
location.
So if they wanted to expand to have more dog food available, they cannot.
No,
So-
they could add more square footage for other types of their business,
All
but
right,
not for this.
I want to be clear, because it also says ban any new pet stores. So is it banning any new stores that sell dogs and cats?
Yes, ma'am. And the ordinance
Okay.
has that
In
language.
the ordinance, it says it better than what it's saying here.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that-
This is
okay.
just a summary.
Because, yeah, you know, I just.
And in this discussion in here, when we say pet stores, we're talking about stores that sell commercially bred dogs and cats. And there are none in the county that sell commercially bred cats, just puppies.
Okay. All right, I just want to be clear, because.
Absolutely.
That was not the same as what you said. Thanks.
So there are, for example, Animal House doesn't sell dogs or cats, but they do sell birds and snakes
Birds
and other.
reptiles and a number of other species of animals, yes, sir.
Commissioner Eggers? Do you have?
Yes, it was a short, concise, to the point.
So
presentation.
what you just presented was maybe go back 2 slides to the ordinance. So your staff, I'm sorry, one more, where you were right, there you go.
Yes, sir.
The staff recommendation is a banning of any new and a grandfathering of existing stores that we have currently in Pinellas, which is, how many stores? 3 on Elmerton Road?
No, there's six stores? 6 stores total.
6 stores total.
Most of them are in Largo, and then there's 1 in Clearwater. Yes, where they are currently is where they're currently located. They couldn't relocate to a different location. They can expand the square footage of their animal sales area, and we have additional regulations that we will be putting on them.
So just so that I understand, in my mind, we have 3 options. We have status quo, do nothing.
Yes, sir.
We have as you proposed, a grandfathering of the existing but no new stores.
Yes, sir.
And then a more stringent which would be a ban and a ban on the current operating businesses.
Yes,
with potentially a year transition or whatever
Yes,
like
sir.
that.
That
All
is
right.
correct.
All right, just want to set
Those are all the available options we identified.
All right, just want to set the stage. Commissioner Flowers.
Chair, so for the ones that would potentially be grandfathered, I know what we said as it relates to APHIS's responsibility, but do we know if those stores have been inspected or have a recent inspection? Or if they have recent issues?
They all are inspected at least annually by my department.
Okay.
And we also respond whenever there is a complaint from a citizen for animal welfare or any other animal-related issue. We will go out and inspect as well. As part of that additional regulations, we're going to add some additional regulations and requirements for our annual permitting inspection. Because within Pinellas County, you have to be inspected and permitted by my department at least annually and have a valid county permit in order to operate.
And so for any of the ones that we're considering, that you're presenting for grandfathering, have any of those had any issues where they have had to be cited by our inspectors? Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug, thank you for all of this really good research and intense work that you've been doing now for quite some time.
It's our pleasure.
I'm really grateful, and hopefully our citizens will be as well. So my question is a little bit different because as I understand the ordinance that you're recommending, it speaks to expansion. Now, let's just pretend all these things go into place. What if one of the larger stores today decided they wanted to have a smaller store and maybe relocate to a different
They
Like-
could not, they could reduce their square footage within their current location. They could not relocate.
But some of these stores are very large.
But if they
So-
choose to relocate, they could not get re-permitted.
I don't know if I like that idea, because if they're, so let's just pretend they don't want to sell dogs and cats anymore, and they just want to be a pet store. Can they do that?
Yes, because then they don't have to be permitted by us, and they could get out of the puppy sale business and relocate and expand into all those other things without any issue. This is just regarding the sale of the commercially bred puppies.
Right, let me think about that for a minute.
Okay.
I might come back with an additional thought.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you for the report and all the work that's kind of gone into this. And I know it's kind of tedious, tough, emotional work because, and again, not everybody is bad. There are good people out there doing good work. But I just a couple of questions. First of all, didn't we do a moratorium on any new business?
Yes, sir, we have a moratorium in place until December of this year.
Seems like, and again, maybe this is a place that's existed, it's either on Gulf to Bay or.
It
Yeah,
it
there was
opened-
this new one with almost like a paper frontage that said puppies for sale.
That store opened prior to the moratorium being approved in December.
Okay,
It had already filed for the permit application and been approved prior to the moratorium being approved.
okay. And you addressed the phasing process if we went down that path, and whether it's a year or 2 years or whatever. On the inspection process and complaint-driven that you've talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Is
Yes,
there provision that allows for audits of, like, let's just say we take 5 animals and we go into a store and say, I want to audit the trail of these 5 animals back to their birth?
Yes.
Can that be a part of what we do to?
Well, one of the new regulations is when they submit the point of sale form to us for every puppy sold, they will have to start also sending us a copy of the CVI, which is the Certificate of Veterinary Inspection, that originated with that puppy wherever it came from, so that we know where it came from, what breeder bred it and sold it. So that document will have to accompany this.
And that has all
to
the
us.
contact information and
Yes,
everything else?
it's got the USDA number of the breeder or the broker on that form as well. And there's a section in there, it's a very small block about when they do the veterinary inspection, they may say this puppy may have the propensity as it grows to develop luxating patellas, which may or may not require surgical correction or other rehabilitation as it grows. That's usually in very tiny writing in the middle of the form, and it's so small and people don't understand it. One of the requirements is that information will now be required to be put out in plain view in larger font on the cage with the puppy so that it's not hidden on the form as well.
Okay, and then just 2 more questions. One is, maybe this is a Jewel question. There was recent state law that passed that said if we create ordinances that affect businesses, how does that come into play with this?
I am advised by Don, who just checked while we've been sitting in here today, that bill has not yet been forwarded to the governor for his signature. So it's not law yet, and it's unknown, frankly, if it will become law. I understand that FAC and some other organizations were trying to gather as many folks from local governments as they could to encourage, to reach out to the governor's office and encourage him to veto that bill. But I can say, and I'll let Don correct me if I'm wrong, it only applies to existing businesses, and I think they have to have been in operation for 3 years. 3 years prior to the effective date of the ordinance. I would say, I believe if this ordinance is adopted before the bill becomes effective, it would not be covered. I'm seeing nodding. And then there's some other things in there. It provides for, damages that you have to be able to show the damages. I think that there's some threshold beyond which you
there
could
is.
not recover. So there are some limitations in that bill. But I think the important thing for discussion purposes, it has not yet been signed into law. And if you adopt this ordinance prior to it becoming law, it would not impact your decision on this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. Now, let's say we did the most aggressive and shut it all down
Yes, sir.
in a year or 2, whatever. what's it going to look like after that? I mean, in other words, it doesn't stop the breeders from doing their thing, and there's a lot of good breeders out there.
Right.
And all of it basically, I'm almost thinking like it goes underground. It's like then all residents are then responsible. They have no assistance anywhere. I mean, in other words, if you, and I don't know what percentage is being sold through these stores versus
Right.
all, I have no concept of that. Like, is it 2% or is it 80% of all, I don't know. I mean, we probably don't have that information.
So am I understanding correctly that if these stores close, what are the options for people to buy puppies?
I guess that's a more
Okay.
practical, realistic question. I was
Okay.
being a little bit more melodramatic, I
Got it.
guess. So yeah, that would probably be a good way to start.
There are local breeders and local pet dealers here who reside in Pinellas County, breed and raise their puppies in Pinellas County, who are permitted by us as well. They would still be doing business because they don't have storefronts. They're selling their own puppies themselves. They would still stay in business. You can also, you can go to the websites and order puppies and have them delivered. One of the stores in our county does that already and sells their puppies out of county, and however that delivery method looks, I don't know. But they actually have their USDA license for selling sight unseen puppies is the reason for that. If you're buying a puppy and you can't go in and physically see the puppy you're buying, then you have to have that USDA license for that dealer. So those options, or you can still go to another jurisdiction. It still has stores in existence and buy them. We did a look at just a sampling of the point of sale certificates coming in just for 2022. And it was almost 50%, was it almost 50%? Almost 50% of the puppies being sold in our county do not reside in our county. They reside in other jurisdictions. Some people are coming from out of state or out of county. So half the puppies being sold here do not reside in Pinellas County.
Half of the puppies sold here are coming from somewhere else.
No, they go somewhere else. They don't stay in the county. Just for the ones sold in 2022.
So the ones that were sold here in this county.
Go out of county or out of state.
What does that mean?
The furthest one away we saw was a dog sold to somebody in New Jersey.
From these retail sites or from the other breeders?
From the retail sites.
So basically, you're saying that half of the business is not actually for
County
Pinellas
business.
residents? Okay.
Correct.
Wow.
Commissioner Eggers, did you have, I'm
And
sorry, I
that's just
interrupted
the-
your question.
And that was just a sampling. That's not historically. That was just a sampling of 2022 point of sale certificates.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good for now.
Commissioner Peters?
Well, I would assume that's because those are pretty special breeds that are hard to find.
I can't make that
Yeah,
assumption.
I'm going to have to make that assumption because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So I understand why you don't want to allow larger space, but why would you prohibit smaller? Why would we prohibit them from moving to a smaller location where they would have less retail space for dogs and cats?
We didn't get into the minutia of larger or smaller. We just, no relocation or expansion.
So to me, I think that's a missing piece, because we're telling them we can't get larger. But I don't see why, if they're going to get smaller, if they wanted to still stay in the same county with their same license and go to a smaller location where they have less space to sell them, isn't that still a win?
It would still be a win.
So
but
why would we not include?
We didn't get that far down. Legally, we didn't get that far down
So
into
to me,
that.
that should be added, because, then you put them in a kind of a catch-22 where they don't need the size store they have anymore. They want to go to a smaller store, and we're prohibiting them from doing that. And I think that's a win. So I don't know why we wouldn't include that. So I don't know how you all think about it,
I
but
agree with you.
I think you should be able to make them go smaller and take that win. So that's kind of my thought on that one. And when you did the research, all the puppies that were maybe not well treated or marked didn't come out of Florida, right? Isn't the problem with the puppy mills not in Florida? The problems with the puppy mills are in the Midwest somewhere, isn't that correct?
Well, there are commercial pet breeders all over the U.S.
Right.
The sampling that we did, none of the stores in our county sourced from Florida breeders.
Why is that?
I don't have an answer to that. The CVIs that we looked at, there were no puppies being sourced from Florida commercial breeders. They were sourced from other states. I couldn't answer as to why.
Okay, and how big of a sample was that?
We collected all of the CVIs for December, January, and February of the puppies they had in their stores at that time, which was several hundred.
Okay.
Because the state couldn't give us any historical data, so we had to just go get what we could get to look at.
Okay.
And there's no restriction on whether they buy their puppies from here or a breeder in Iowa or California. There's no restriction. As long as it's a USDA licensed breeder, they can buy them from anywhere.
Right, right. And so the
And
problem
we-
isn't, the problem is at the federal level because they're not
Right.
doing their job.
And
That's
we can't
clear.
restrict, and I checked with our attorney, we can't dictate or restrict where they source from.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, at a minimum, I'd like you to put in an option that they can go smaller. I'm really okay with them going smaller. And I don't think that does any harm, and it's a win.
Commissioner, when you say smaller, are you talking about the size of the
Well,
space
what
that
we're
they
saying-
reside in, or the
So
amount of?
what we're saying is that they cannot move to a new location. But if they're moving to a new location that is smaller and has smaller retail space for cats and dogs, why
Okay,
would we
that's-
prevent them from doing that?
Smaller retail space for cats
Smaller
and dogs
retail,
as
and
well.
so to me, why would we prevent them from maybe selling that property that's too big of a store, that's not energy efficient, and they can go to a smaller store with smaller retail space? Why would we prohibit that? You're still not expanding retail sales, and you're not expanding new stores for retail sales, but you're actually shrinking it. You know, I just don't know why we would prohibit that. And so I think that should be included in the legalese of that ordinance, to include that they can go smaller, they can move to go smaller. They can't move to go bigger, they can't grow the retail space bigger, but they can make it smaller.
But I want to follow up on that, because that's a really, this is an important point, because if we're, I mean, I'm in real estate, so I get the bigger space, but that's only part of it. I wouldn't even mind if they got bigger space, as long as the space that was available for dog sales got smaller.
Right.
So I'm just not sure I understand, how do we measure space for dogs? Is it like, can they like go from the floor to the ceiling with cages and then?
Well, there is some space, cage space requirements in the new ordinance. But basically, the thought process is, the square footage they're using to sell dogs and cats currently has already been permitted and established historically. So we will grandfather that existing space in, and we don't know what it is because we've never measured it. But wherever they are existing right now, and the space that they have right now is the benchmark. They could never go larger. Going smaller is a different discussion, but they could not go larger.
Commissioner Flowers, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say, I'm glad that you brought that point up, Commissioner Peters, because if a store is, let's say, 1,800 square feet, and they're selling the puppies or cats, and they are not able to be grandfathered in, but they can no longer sell those puppies or cats, so their revenue is going to be significantly impacted, potentially. So allowing them to be able to if they're paying rent, if they don't already own the property, allowing them to go to a smaller space would help them with their overhead, and then they could, maybe sell some fish, I don't know, or whatever. So that is a very interesting point, Commissioner Peters. I am very intrigued, though, and I'm just reflecting on some of the persons that came and spoke before us, or even some of the emails we've been getting about sick puppies. And so it's very interesting that the majority of the puppies are being sold and to persons outside of the state of Florida.
And I wasn't saying, when you ask about if they've been cited or had violations, that there have been no sick puppies in our stores. If we get a complaint and go, we've had situations where a sick puppy, but there are requirements they have to do. If the puppy is sick, they have to remove them from the sales floor.
Right,
provide
isolate
veterinary care,
them,
all of
yeah.
that, or have them euthanized, and we have to. So
Yeah.
they're following all of those regulations. So I wasn't saying there were no sick puppies. I'm just saying they're following the regulations for if a puppy does get sick.
And that was my main concern, that if a puppy is sick, it's not
It should not be left on the-
contaminating others,
It should be
with whatever.
isolated, not
yeah.
left on the floor. That's correct.
And that's what I wanted to know, because some of the testimonials that we received was that it's several puppies that are sick puppies in with well puppies, and it's causing a spread of whatever.
And contagious diseases
Yeah.
can go quickly, but the regulation is they have to remove those puppies from the floor for treatment, appropriate treatment, or whatever appropriate action they deem to
Right.
take.
And the other thing, and I'm just addressing this just for, if anyone will listen, there was one specific email that talked about what they felt we could do prior to the governor signing the potential legislation as it relates to hindering businesses and depriving them of 15% of their income or greater of what you talked about. And I just want to share for anyone who may go back and look at this workshop, that's not our call. Whenever he signs it, that's when he signs it. So that's, and another request was if he would make an exception only for this. I wouldn't necessarily want to go down that rabbit hole either, because there are other people then would say, well, what about, our business? Because, and they could come up with, so I would, I wouldn't want to go down there. It was in one of the emails that we received, they were saying, maybe we could they were asking us to ask for a carve-out specifically for cats and dogs, the business. And I was saying I wouldn't want to go down that rabbit hole either, because that,
You can't
I don't think
amend
at
it
this
after
point.
like that.
no,
He doesn't,
I know
so.
we can't. I'm just,
But I mean, they can't, so it's.
yeah, some people, they
Session's
may not
over.
know all the intricacies, but they're trying to give ideas, I guess.
Sure.
Of what you can and cannot do. And so I just wanted, for anyone who may be listening or will go back and review this because they're interested, to let them know that that's not something that's within our purview to exercise. So, but that is a very interesting concept to look at if a person has to downsize because they're no longer allowed to sell those items. So it's impacting their ability to have a revenue source. I don't know how that could be termed or framed or whatever, but that does sound like a positive compromise for businesses.
Commissioner Gerard.
Yeah. So when you were talking about the vet certificates, they could come from either the breeder or the broker?
Wherever they purchased the puppy from to bring it here. Because both Class A and Class B licensed folks sell those puppies to be sold in pet stores. The Class A are the breeders themselves, Class B, because there are brokers who will go around and just gather up all these
Right.
random puppies and then put them in their location
Yeah.
to be properly sold, and that's allowable.
So how detailed is the veterinary?
It's a shot in time of the veterinarian looked at the puppy before shipment, and it has to be done within a certain time period before the puppy is shipped out, about its health, and it's got its vaccine records on there. The breeder so it's got the basic information, where it came from, what vaccines it may or may not have received, and any other comments on there.
Okay. And how many registered hobby breeders do we have?
20, we're down to 20 right now. But some of them will renew their permit to sell, but they only do like 1 or 2 litters a year.
Right.
So if they're not planning a litter, they may not renew their permit.
Oh, okay. And do you have what states ban retail sale altogether?
Do you have
And
that?
actually, and a follow-up question to that is,
I
do
didn't
you
bring
have
that. I didn't bring that with me.
all the different jurisdictions in Florida that ban?
I do have a list of the Florida
If you could just
jurisdictions.
send it to us, that would be great.
Okay, we can do that for you. I don't know which 5 states. I would have to go look that up.
Well, it'd be interesting to look at that map of
I do one
mills.
trivia point on that. The state of Indiana, or the state of Illinois banned the retail sale of puppies and kittens, but they didn't ban the commercial breeding of dogs and cats. So they allowed their commercial breeders to stay in business, but not their pet sales, which I thought was an
So they
interesting
can ship them all over the country.
concept.
Yeah.
So,
Commissioner Eggers.
Okay, just maybe you can help me with this one thing. If you have 1,000-square-foot store, how many dogs and/or cats can you have in that store for sale?
there is not a specific number. We will have cage sizing requirements in the ordinance. So the number of cages that meet those standards that can go in that square footage would be what they would be allowed. So there's not a formula to say 1,000 square feet can hold 100 puppies, but we've got a minimum cage size per animal that they're gonna have to meet. And then you can,
So it's cubic feet, not square feet.
Yeah.
I mean, we're
well, cubic
talking.
feet, yes, because there's a height, yes, you're
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
But there's height, width, and depth requirements on that.
But so that, now I understand why we don't want to go larger, because whatever it means, you can do more.
Right,
Right.
that's
so
correct.
I get it.
So we're not gonna dictate the volume of puppies in that square footage, but if you've got a 1,000 square foot building where you've got cages to sell, and your cages are meeting the minimum requirements of the ordinance, then that's what you can do.
Commissioner Flowers mentioned not wanting to go down a rabbit hole. I thought she was trying to be funny. But I'm still not sure why the rabbits aren't coming out in this discussion. I mean, is it?
We've never regulated or permitted rabbit sales.
Okay.
We have no historical data on any of that. We do know at this point that the USDA does have a similar oversight system for selling rabbits and breeding rabbits. But there are rabbits being sold for pets, there's rabbits being sold for food, there's rabbits being sold for fur, and we can only regulate the rabbits sold for pet sales. We can't regulate the rabbits sold for other reasons.
So I want to try and understand a little bit the sales out of state from Pinellas, or out of the area from Pinellas. So Joe's Pet Store is one of our current pet stores.
Mm-hmm.
How many dogs do they sell a year? I mean, ballpark.
We don't have a specific number on that, and we tried to request revenue and tax information from the Department of Revenue, and that information is protected. We have.
But if they are in the average of what you mentioned, they sell 100 dogs a year, 50 of them they're shipping somewhere else.
What we did is we took the point of sales we've collected just in 2022, because every pet store, when they sell a puppy, they have to submit a point of sale form to us with the buyer information on it. So we put that in our database, and we just went through and ran a search and then figured out how many stayed in Pinellas County versus how many went out of county. And so for January to the end, sometime in April, it was about 50%.
So, and they're not getting them from Pinellas breeders.
Right.
So they're buying 100 dogs from breeders all over the Midwest,
Yes.
predominantly.
Right.
They're shipping them to Pinellas County, and then they're shipping 50 of them out somewhere else.
Well, I don't know if
Theoretically.
they're shipping them, or the people are coming here to buy
Right,
them, but
yeah.
the animals are leaving the county, yes, sir.
That to me is just a very interesting, if not remarkable, statistic that they're just
It's a pass-through.
pass-through. And not knowing how many we're talking about on average per store really is kind of a stat that would be helpful to have.
All of the stores are different sizes, and they all have different volumes. I could tell you which store has the lowest volume and which store has the highest volume, but as far as the numbers per store, we don't have that analysis done.
Okay. Further questions, thoughts? County Attorney, are all of the three options that I mentioned on the table for us Tuesday? We're able to do any of those three options?
I think what we would need to do is work with Doug and his staff to draft up some language that would meet kind of the concept I've heard floated here today about a smaller store, but perhaps in a different location. But we can certainly do that.
That would be a slight amendment to the current proposed ordinance.
Sure, and we'll make sure that we have that language available so that we can get it right and not try to do it on the fly, and have that be for you if that's the wishes of the board.
And I don't know, I don't know if people are ready to say out loud where they're at, but we didn't talk, if the commission decides to go a full ban, do we have that available to us Tuesday?
My understanding is that we have both available. We have advertised the ordinance in a way that would cover all your options.
All right. And then obviously doing nothing is certainly an option as well.
Yes, sir.
Further questions? Commissioner Flowers.
Not a question, but just a comment. I know I was sitting back going through my notes when we first started talking about this. It was only about puppies. And then some of the animal rights groups brought in rabbits as we started talking, so that may be another reason. I get what you're saying, but the original conversation, when I first had my first meeting, it
We
wasn't.
delved into the rabbit area, but we don't have enough information
Yeah.
at all to bring you any viable options on rabbits at this point.
Right, yeah, and I was just saying that that was something that some of the persons brought in, that wasn't the original issue. The original issue had all to do with puppies.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Eggers?
So now we're talking paws and claws, right? We're talking both, cats and dogs.
Yes, but there are no stores selling commercially bred kittens in the county,
Okay.
only puppies.
To your point, okay.
But we do have, the language does state both dogs and cats in the ordinance.
Okay.
If you need a kitten, I can get you a kitten.
Yeah, I can get, yeah, I've got a, never mind.
We have plenty of kittens if you need one, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I've got one that just, he just keeps on ticking. So, all right, so, and then I feel like the closer we get, like on Tuesday when we have this discussion, we're gonna get even more information. And I know at some point you have to fish or cut bait, and that's a fish thing, not dogs or cats, but, but I think there's I just keeping open that possibility that we might be introduced with more information. I want you to be, cognizant of that when we
Yes.
have that discussion, because this seems to be, as I said, the more we get into this, the more information that we get from all over the place.
And I will have staff at Tuesday, if we need to gather some information while we're
Yeah.
there, we can try to get some of
Yeah,
that as well.
Because obviously, this is an emotional, but it's very pragmatic for businesses and for people around. And there's so many activists on this issue that just have such passion in it that.
That's correct.
And look, I don't know how many of us are pet owners here, but I know at least 3 or 4 of us are. So we have a real deep empathy for animals. I mean, so it's not like we want to do the right thing, but
Yes.
it's very just a lot of dynamics to it. So, okay.
Commissioner Peters?
I just wanted to thank you for all the research you did on this. I know it wasn't easy and a lot of public records requests and stuff, but thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, anything else before we let him go and call him back on Tuesday? All right.
Again on Tuesday.
Thank you very much, Doug. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
Tuesday. Have a good weekend. Commissioners, we'll take a break. The pizza's cold, but it is here. And it is 1:45. What do you need? Okay. Commissioner Jarrett, how much time would you like? 20 minutes? 15 minutes. Let's take a 15-minute break. We're in recess. Last thing on our agenda is the agenda briefing for Tuesday's meeting. Madam Administrator, take us away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have under presentations and awards, our Juneteenth proclamation, which will be, you'll be joined by our Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition for that. That's item number 1. Item number 2, National Waste and Recycling Workers Week proclamation. You will have our Solid Waste Director, Paul Sacco, as well as City of Clearwater Director of Solid Waste, Earl Gloucester, and Tracy Meehan, who is with Waste Pro. They're all members of our TMC and will be joining us. Item number 3 will be our Pride Month proclamation. And you can see the persons listed that will be attending for that presentation, including Todd Richardson, Tiffany Friesberg, and Nicole Berman. Number 4 is a partner presentation, hurricane season kickoff. Joe Bories from our emergency management team will be making that presentation for you on Tuesday. Okay, item number 5, you will be seated as the Countywide Planning Authority. This case is from the City of Largo for a countywide plan map amendment from retail and services to public, semi-public. And this relates to proposed reuse of the property for, I believe it is a church.
This is where we had our vaccine location, is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's right. Former Winn-Dixie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. And you can see Forward Pinellas and the Planners Advisory Committee are recommending unanimous approval. Item number 6 is also a countywide plan map amendment from the City of Largo for residential low medium, residential medium, retail and services, and activity center to recreation open space and activity center. This is for a property that is located at 375 Seminole Boulevard. The applicant is the city itself, proposing some expansion of their facilities at their Bayhead complex. I don't know if that's being renamed, but that's the general location. Forward Pinellas and the Pinellas Planning Council, Planners Advisory Committee are recommending unanimous approval. Item number 7 is also City of Largo, requesting a countywide plan map amendment from Activity Center to Activity Center regarding property located at 10050 Almerton Road. I guess this is no change in the map category, but the amendment area is in the City of Largo's special area plan. This is at the Largo Mall Activity Center. Forward Pinellas, as well as the Planner Advisory Committee, have both recommended unanimous approval.
So this is basically just bringing it into the proper code or the proper category since it's a restaurant?
That's my understanding, but I'll ask Tom Amonte. Oh, okay. So it's because the underlying use needs to conform with that particular map.
It's been operating this as restaurant forever and.
Yeah, this is the former Golden Corral property, and that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Number 8 is the ordinance that you just received the presentation from Animal Services on and had discussion about.
Can we talk about that a little bit more?
Yep, of course. Please do.
No. Number 9.
Number 9, citizens to be heard, public comment. And then the consent agenda is items 10 through 12, minutes, vouchers, and bills paid for May 1st through May 14th, and your doc fee report for the month of April. There are also miscellaneous items received for filing. Item 13 is the Juvenile Welfare Board's quarterly financial statements for the period ending March 31st. And item 14, which is the Safety Harbor Community Redevelopment Agency annual report for 2020-2021. Item 15, under Development Review Services, is a plat of Julie Estates, a residential subdivision. And the plat is I believe it currently contains 12 single-family lots in 2 tracts. And the plat that is the resulting configuration, 12 single-family lots in 2 tracts. It will be a private subdivision. The tracts will be dedicated to a homeowners association. We are requiring the sidewalks and street signs as a requirement from our code. Public Works, we have item 16. This is a ratification of an action you took on April the 12th regarding road transfer interlocal agreement with the city of Largo. This is housekeeping because the agreement did not include pages 2, 4, and the title page for Exhibit C were missing at the time the city returned it. So this is a ratification to make sure we have all the pages. Item 17, utilities. We have an award of bid to Enviro Waste Services Group, Inc. This is for domestic wastewater pumping and tankering services during emergency and non-emergency events.
Is that, so we have them on retainer. These are for the small spills on site that we have throughout the year, as well as maybe a major emergency situation?
These are actually for larger quantities. We have 4 trucks. We have 4, they're about 1,500 is the capacity gallonage that
Right.
they have.
I didn't
So
mean
you're
small
right.
by like,
Oh, okay.
you know.
No, I thought you meant like really small.
No. I meant
We just
like
run up and clean those.
on site. We have spills on site that are more dramatic than, a mop.
That is correct.
Okay.
And these tankering services also, if we have unfortunately, not just SSOs, but let's just say we have to build a bypass because we're doing a replacement or something and we need it to be there for a certain number of days. We use it for all of those things and
Okay.
emergencies. Okay, item 18, regular agenda is airport. We have a service contract with the Coast Guard for their airfield operating expenses and rescue and firefighting services at the Clearwater Air Station. This is obviously we have a current agreement as well. So this one will extend from June 1st, 22, expiring May 31st, 2027, should you approve it on Tuesday. And Human Services, item 19, we are asking for your appointment approval of Karen Yatchcom, our Director of Human Services, to the Opioid Abatement Funding Advisory Board for a 2-year term. Item 20 is the interlocal agreement to create the Pinellas Regional Information Management Enterprise, commonly referred to now as PRIME, which is made up of the cities of Clearwater, Largo, Pinellas Park, St. Petersburg, and Tarpon Springs, as well as our own Safety and Emergency Services Department and our Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. This item has been a long time in the making, and Mr. Chair, I believe the sheriff also advised you he will not be able to attend on Tuesday.
I wish we had, if I forgot before we had 2 commissioners depart, I talked with the sheriff. He is not able to be here Tuesday. He can have a police chief here to answer questions. But I wanted to see I told him that I thought everyone was pretty good to go on this, but I couldn't speak without talking to you all today. And so we're on the CAD, it's called Prime, but it's the CAD. If there's going to be questions, then I want to make sure that we get Chief Slaughter here to answer those questions. If everyone's good to go, then I can tell him that he can stand down.
And Mr. Chair, we also have our director, Jim Fogarty is here. He and Lourdes, if you had any questions today, we can certainly, try to answer anything you have today as well.
Questions today? All right, I'll send out an email after the meeting to the commissioners about reaching out to the sheriff directly over the weekend. I'm not sure when he leaves out of town, but, and then we'll go from there. Otherwise, we do have our own staff who's perfectly capable of answering any technical questions today or Tuesday. All right.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, item 21 is appointments to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. 22 is the issuance and renewal of certificates of public convenience and necessity for non-medical wheelchair transport and stretcher van providers. Item 23, Third Amendment to the agreement with Willis Towers Watson US LLC for benefits consulting services. We will have, spoke to our director, Kimberly Crum, yesterday, and she will be at your meeting on Tuesday. Feel free to reach out to her in the meantime should you have any questions. She asked that I take those back so that we can be fully prepared next week. Item 24, oh, sorry.
Under item
County Attorney.
24, we'll be asking authority to file suit in the case that's referenced on your agenda. This is a matter that was investigated by your Office of Human Rights, and they are recommending we move forward. The complaint is a housing discrimination complaint. And under item number 25, I'm happy to talk with you all. I did invite Christy Pemberton from my staff here today. If anybody wanted to get some insight as to the hearing that we had in Tallahassee a week ago, keeping in mind that we still have active litigation ongoing and there's only so much that we would discuss in this public forum.
Questions, discussion on that? Commissioner Long,
Well, I guess,
microphone.
hello, Christy. Like deja vu. I would like to have some, I don't know about everyone else, but I thought we had agreed that did we make an agreement?
Nope, we have not agreed to anything.
We have been working toward resolving potentially the outstanding case in Leon County and the case filed here locally as well. We are working towards that right now.
Perfecto. And then do we have to make a decision about the appeal thing that we don't know what we would appeal? I know it sounds crazy, but.
What I would suggest is, I do believe that we could come to, I do believe potentially we could resolve both matters by undertaking certain acts that we would just normally do as your county attorney's office and not come back here and ask for consent on. We come back to ask for you for settlement authority when we're paying out sums of money that exceed the threshold beyond which your staff has delegated authority. We come to you when there's, other certain acts that the county may be compelled to do or other things, but I'm hopeful that both of these cases could be resolved rather easily without some of the other things that you normally see involved in a settlement.
Well, and stop me if I'm wrong or cross the line of comfort of discussion. But basically, the options currently before us, as I understand it, are we can, the commission can direct the attorney to charge into the brigade and appeal. The commission can direct the attorney to dismiss, or the commission can decide that it doesn't have enough information today to do that and hold a shade meeting to have that conversation in the appropriate setting. And then the commission can also provide consent without a vote to the attorney, and she has the authority to dismiss the suit on her own.
I think you've covered the options well, because again, like I've said, this wouldn't involve, payment of money or anything like that. That would certainly come back to you, assuming it exceeded the thresholds beyond which your staff has authority to settle. But again, we did talk about this a little bit at the meeting last Tuesday, and I indicated to you then, and I will indicate to you now again, that I don't think it's realistic to get meaningful action that would be contrary to what we've already seen come from the trial court prior to qualifying. I believe pre-qualifying has already started, and the qualifying period ends, I think it's June 18th or so. So I don't think it's realistic to think that we would get meaningful relief, the type of which we are seeking, from any court level prior to that time. So it may be, again, and I'll say it, what I said last Tuesday, that it might be that we would just recommend that this case be dismissed, and that is an action that we do take in your litigation on occasion without coming back to this body. So if there was consensus to allow us to dispose of all the pending cases as we deem fit, again, assuming that those would not exceed any kind of authority otherwise delegated to your staff, then we would move forward and do that.
Any thoughts? Any thoughts you want to share with the commission?
And I would also add that I'm happy to speak more details with anybody outside of this public meeting. And you could, in fact, have a shade meeting. That is, of course, limited to settlement strategies related to litigation and settlement negotiations. Not completely sure one is warranted, but we could certainly have one where we to confine it to those two topics. Keeping in mind, everything you talk about there is transcribed ultimately and becomes a public record. And if I'm not seeing consensus to bring this back and discuss
there's no
it,
consensus because I see no heads moving
Yeah.
any direction at all.
and what
So
I would suggest is if I don't see consensus that this board wishes to have a thorough discussion about it at a shade meeting or take any kind of formal vote, then
well, let's do that. Would you like a shade meeting?
Yes.
All right, and I think we know where the other two would be, so no shade meeting. I guess you can have conversations with
Sure.
commissioners, and if you feel you need more direction after Tuesday, we can take
Absolutely.
action on Tuesday. How's that?
Absolutely, that certainly works. Like I said, we will move forward and dispose of this case in a way that hopefully dispose of the pending litigation in a manner that we feel appropriate and report back to you. Again, I did invite Christy in case anybody wanted to hear. I know that Commissioner Long shared her experience in Tallahassee, and I have spoken with you briefly at the meeting last week about that hearing.
Yeah, I can do basic math, and I don't need to prolong the situation. But at a later date, I would like to hear from anyone who went to Tallahassee, a kind of a personal accounting of what happened in the courtroom.
That's what I hoped Christie would do.
And, well, I don't think we want to put her in that position on the microphone today. I think that's the best for her professional development.
Well, since I'm here, can I
Absolutely.
say one thing? I'll
Absolutely.
be super short. First of all, for all of us who represented you, it was a true honor and privilege. It was a very unique experience. I've been with the county for 25 years. I've experienced nothing like it. That being said, it was a very worthwhile experience. We take pride in our office for having board-certified attorneys. I think it's harder for our litigators because they litigate. They don't deal with a lot of the city, county, local government issues. And so for us to be able to delve into those things, for me to be able to work alongside with Jared on a regular basis, delving into those issues that, well, I know he's listening, help him when he sits for certification next year, because I keep bugging him. He's not eligible yet. But that's invaluable. We spend money to send people to seminars to learn that, and this was a real hands-on experience for advocacy and for city, county, local government. So it wasn't terribly expensive. The most expensive thing was the travel. Our time, of course, was all free, and you got a lot of it. But it was a very worthwhile and valuable experience for the county from my perspective as the head of litigation. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for honoring the judge's request that you travel, as much as that effort was dismissed by the judge. I think the frustration I have is simply that the case was not dismissed based on the merits of the case, but a confusing other decision. So with that, I will not belabor it. I'll do that on my own time in another venue. Thank you very much, Christy. We appreciate your time. Anything else, County Attorney?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. County Administrator reports?
Mr. Chair, I am not aware of any reports I will have for you Tuesday at this time.
All right. I don't have a Skyway lighting as of now, but that could change in the next 4 days. Anything else, new business for the good of the order for Tuesday? Yes, ma'am.
Well, at the risk of raising a very controversial subject matter, I would like to request, Mr. Chair, that we invite our sheriff to come to our next workshop, given his schedule will permit, and discuss the number of mass shootings since the Uvalde incident. Clearly, this is a crisis issue in our time, and as public policy leaders in our community, I think it would be a very worthwhile discussion to know about the preparations as much as he can from the sheriff himself, given that he has such a strong leadership position in our county.
We can make that request. Further discussion on anything else? New business? All right, thanks, everyone, for a good day. Thank you, Jill. We are adjourned.
Thank you.